Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're seeing the continual chopping at America from the Democrat Party and the intended destruction of America. Now we'll look deeper into how the Democrat Party wokeism, basically destroying intention of destroying American culture, make it more vulnerable. We're going to look at all of the different Nigeria just got struck by President Trump. What does that mean? All the way back to, I think it was February, where we struck a Somali cave that had ISIS leaders in it. Somalian, right? Where in America are a lot of Somalians that are part of a lot of fraud that we're going to find out, and we have been finding out. They're using that to fund terrorists in Minnesota. So this fraud is being exposed. President Trump is potentially stopping out what could be multiple Black Hawk Downs throughout American cities, right? And by hitting foreign terrorist groups and stopping cargo ships from going to different places like Iran, from China, with U.S. military forces, and stopping oil coming from Venezuela going to China with U.S. military SEALs. Thank you, and then using that oil to fund our military operations against them. All right, so with Juan O'Savin on last night, talking about how China is funded by the City of London. City of London controls China, right? And they probably control Iran too. And they control Ukraine. So it sounds like we need to do a strike on the City of London in my warrior's mind. But I evidently that's not going to happen. Maybe not anytime soon. But they're destroying Europe just like they're trying to destroy America. The rape numbers in Europe are through the roof, right? So they had all this illegal immigration from areas where rape is completely acceptable. And what do you think is going to happen when you bring people like that into your country? Hello. So that's what we're seeing here in America too. We saw a lot of that happening here. And of course, the raping of American women has been pretty catastrophic as well. So the destruction of America by the Democrat Party, I've talked about it for years. It seems like it doesn't really get any traction. But I think now and going into next year, it's really going to pick up pace, right? And there's going to be a lot of people very, very unhappy with the Democrat Party, seeing what they're up to. So more and more reveals are coming, just like we're seeing in Minneapolis, Minnesota as a whole, right? And then, of course, that's going to translate into other Democrat hellhole states, right? So let's look at some of this, and it's going to be very enlightening. I know many people still are under the impression the Democrat Party is good. Many are still under that impression, right? We need to educate people and help them understand that is not the case, and until we do, we're going to have the possibility of cities being basically destroyed. All right, Iran's president has claimed that his country is in an all-out war with the West, days before Donald Trump meets with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So he said that full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe was worse than Iran's war with Iraq in the 1980s, in which hundreds of thousands of people died. We are in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They do not want our country to stand on its feet, right? So, yes, that's true, right? We want your regime replaced, and so do the people of Iran want your regime replaced. Now, will the people of Iran be able to, strike back and take down their regime? They have definitely been in the process of that. Of course, every time they try that, there's hell to pay for that. But I think we're going to see. I I firmly believe that next year, Iran, the leadership of Iran will go away. U.S. commandos raided ship traveling from China to Iran, seized dual-use tech. Now, they don't say what that dual-use tech is. It says transporting dual-use military technology. So dual use, I don't know, for, hammering the people of your country, right, that are trying to rise up against you, and also for military targets that are coming in to destroy you, as we've been seeing with Israel and the U.S. Trying to take out its nuclear capabilities. All right, so the ship's name, its owner, and the flag under which it was sailing have not been disclosed. Neither Iran nor China immediately responded to the report, right? So Navy SEALs went on and seized it. Also, like I talked about earlier, there's a seizure that took place weeks before with U.S. troops seizing a Venezuelan oil tanker in the Caribbean Sea and stole its cargo in a move Caracas condemned as theft and piracy. Now, that was supposed to go to China as well. China. So we're basically, stopping out the capability of Venezuela to fund its military control system. The people of course, there's people that are in Venezuela that support that government. And so I don't think we're going to go in and, hammer it, but we're basically going to squeeze it till it's out of existence. Now, Iran, speaking of, so it's a triangle that's going on there, where Iran has sent a lot of its people, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people into Venezuela over several years, and they're all in Venezuela. And they've helped it, build its military, Hezbollah and Hamas from Iran. So that's one of the reasons why we're going after Iran. Multiple reasons, of course, we're going after Venezuela. Election fraud that they used on us from Venezuela. Of course, in Colorado, Tren de Aragua, that is basically running the Colorado government to a great extent. And we're talking about that, how the Colorado governor is a very corrupt person, obviously, and it's part of the Democrat system. They've gone corrupt, and I'll talk about how and why the Democrat system has gone corrupt and how they're trying, like I said, to bring in wokeism and destroy America. All right. So destroy America from within and then leave it open to Somali warlords to start to take down cities and so forth, like they did in Somalia, where we had Black Hawk Down. All right. So it's going to be very interesting. U.S. airstrikes against ISIS in Nigeria. So ISIS has spread quite a bit throughout the world. We took them down, excuse me, in Iraq, but they have spread to other countries, Syria, and so forth. So ISIS airstrikes against Nigeria raised questions over strategy and analysis. So on Christmas Day, so Trump had warned them, about their strikes on Muslim extremists, their strikes on Christians, and they have been very aggressively. So for years, extremist groups such as Boko Haram have been carrying out atrocities in northern Nigeria, and it's a problem across Africa, where various terrorist groups operate. Now, a lot of these are funded, as we're probably going to find out, and I can't say that right up front, but a lot of these, I think we're going to find out that China is funding, and and Iran. So with Iran and China, pushing terrorism around the world, they're going to be pushed back on. And again, I think it's because of the British are pushing this. The British Empire still is alive and well throughout the world through the city of London. I previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, Donald Trump, of course, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. So if we hit it where it's strongest overseas, then it's, conduits back to the United States are being taken out. So it's easier for us if we take down, speaking to you as a military expert, if we take down the, where the source is, we destroy the source. And then as they're trying to, come in like octopus, with all these tentacles, with the cartels and so forth, that are taken over by a lot of Hamas and Hezbollah and Chinese. So if we basically destroy them outside of the U.S., they don't have the funding, they don't have the ability. We're basically taking down their, capabilities of, keeping the dialogue and so forth, to taking away the leadership. So that's what I did when I was overseas working with the CIA. We would go after the leadership of terrorist groups. And there, a lot of times that would eventually, destroy those terrorist groups. Of course, other groups like SEAL Team 6 and Delta and some other groups would actually hit targets very effectively in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, and basically take down those groups on a massive level, right? So we have been doing this for a long time, and 20 years, over 20 years, on a physical level. So we've been, even all the way back when I was in, 30 years ago, we were looking at going in and having to rescue, potentially when I was at SEAL Team 6, going in to rescue, leadership in oil companies and so forth in Venezuela. Of course, unfortunately, that did not happen. Basically, they seized all that money, equipment, and oil, everything that U.S. and Britain, all those oil companies had in Venezuela. They just seized it. So we're going to take it back, right, at some point. But we're not going to take it all. The people of Venezuela will become, once we go in and clean out the terrorists that are running that country, Venezuela will become one of the most wealthiest countries in the world. And the people will prosper like crazy. They will go back to Venezuela. Now, the same thing will happen in Iran once that, terrorist organization that's running Iran gets taken down. I don't know when the terrorist organization in the city of London gets taken down, but at some point, I believe it will be. All right. And it's fomenting a lot of the problems in Europe and all around the world. So at some point, it will have to be targeted. I don't know what kind of kinetic, if there's going to be a kinetic strike or just squeeze them to they don't have the money anymore. But at some point, the city of London goes down, right? So under my leadership, like he says, we will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper, even here in the United States. They're going after it here in the United States as well. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all. This was a nice Christmas present to the Christians in Nigeria, and they said so, in fact. They were very happy that these strikes happened. Imagine you're in, I don't know, Minneapolis, right? And so there's a strike that finally happens, and the Christians that survive, there in Minneapolis would be very happy about that. So just kind of a little speculation of what's to come in some of these areas, guys. All right, we need to start talking about this. We need to talk about it very seriously. All right, so because they're going to say, "Oh, he's a hater. But I'm going to show you, there's a little film where they are the haters. They are the fascists. They are the, people that don't like white people, right? So I can tell you that from all the people that I spoke with after Black Hawk Down, some of my SEAL buddies that were there. It was, they didn't like Whitey, right? So, and of course we're there trying to, feed them and help them. And that turned into be a goat rope. Thanks to the Democrat leadership of Bill Clinton, right? So let's look at a little Black Hawk Down scene so you can see what it might look like in some of the U.S. cities if we don't start cleaning these a-holes out.
When everybody else is shooting the same direction.
Now I've seen this. I and other psychics have seen this. We've talked about this for at least a decade. That we see this happening, just like you saw in Black Hawk Down in U.S. cities, right? So this is what the Democrat Party is bringing to America. And there's a lot of people that are, like, as I say, consciously compromised, they still believe in the Democrat Party and will still mindlessly support the Democrat Party, even as it's very obvious that they're extremely corrupt, as we're seeing right now in Minnesota. So let's look at Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley has done a really good job. Just 24-year-old out there, hitting the streets, being a reporter, like we used to have reporters. Of course, the mainstream media is completely compromised, but we have, independent journalism now that really is making a difference.
It was write the check.
So right here, we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever. And I've been by that place at least 100 times. Here than anywhere else ever in history, anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening. Daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids. And all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, what's there? What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
Is there kids there? What's
How
up?
many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
How you know my son? No. You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
So you're curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my
That's
color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah. No.
But
No.
you said you're
I'm
scared
not
of me because of my.
Yeah, no. All right. So I think you guys see, what's going on here. It's money laundering. They're taking the money from the people of Minnesota, and it's going to terrorist groups, right? And these terrorist groups are, formulating very strongly outside the U.S. In Africa, all right, where Somalia is, and they're helping to fund terrorists in some Nigeria, where we just did the airstrike. So it is a situation that we need to be aware of, and we need to start to push back on. And we need to bring this awareness throughout the United States. These are some of the things that I've known for quite a long time. I've been talking about this for a while. Now we're getting, we're seeing it. So independent journalists are bringing this out. There was a congressman, Republican congressman. I saw him talking today on Fox News, where he said they were doing this investigation years ago, like a decade ago, and they knew about the Somali corruption, and they did an investigation, and it was shut down. They shut down the investigation. So, this is the power of we, the people, doing independent investigations, independent journalism like I am. So if we continue this, we can destroy this corrupt system. We're getting very good at it now, and it's very important for us to maintain our country, because we're losing our country to the Democrat Party, all right, which is extremely corrupt and is not part of the United States. It's part of the corporation. It's part of the City of London, and of course, the city of Vatican City. So all of this is in D.C. Now, D.C. has basically been taken over by Donald Trump and team. So that doesn't exist anymore. And that's how we're starting to see all of this this corruption start to be revealed. And it's crumbling. Now, Kash Patel has just come out and said that the FBI headquarters is basically being permanently closed. And they're going to move into, they had planned on their Biden administration to build like a $3 or $6 billion, it probably would have turned out to be a $6 billion new FBI headquarters. They got shut down when Trump came in, and they're going to move into a Reagan office building. I don't know if Reagan built it, but it was named after him. So it's going to be just perfect for them. It'll save a lot of money. You know how President Trump is like that. And so Kash Patel said he's going to push a lot of people out to, out into the field. They don't need to be in headquarters. They need to be out in the field doing the work that they're supposed to be doing, catching criminals like these Somalis. So speaking of which, Kash Patel said he's really going to start to go after this Somali fraud with the FBI. And he said it is the tip of the iceberg. Now, he's talking about the fraud level, but is he also talking about something else? All right. Is he talking about terrorist activities that were planned for the U.S.? Now, Juan O'Savin said that Somalis in America would have been part, and maybe still will be, part of terrorist operations in the United States, guys, right? So I've been saying this for a long time. And now we're starting to see the different groups that probably will or would maybe be involved in this, right? So this is something that it should be a very eye-opener for a lot of you and I hope it is. And for some of you, you're like, I knew it. I knew it too, Mike. I knew it too. All right, so good for you. All right, so Kash Patel says FBI investigating Minnesota fraud scheme. So let me share the screen. So I'm gonna pull some of these up so we can look at these. These are very important. So you get other areas of the federal government getting involved. That's going to be very, very important. FBI investigating alleged fraud scheme in Minnesota. Kash Patel says amid attacks on Somali population. So Republicans have seized on the allegations to attack the state Somali population and Democrat Governor Tim Walz. That's because they have been suppressed for a decade at least, and they're ready to like kick ass. All right. So kick ass or have your ass kicked. Right. That's what I say. Right. And that's what we're gonna have to see, guys. We got to stop being nice, Mr. Nice Guy. And that's what President Trump has been doing. He's not Mr. Nice Guy. And a lot of people don't like him because he's not Mr. Nice Guy, but that's okay with me. All right, update. U.S. forces strike on ISIS Somalia. This was back in February 11th. In coordination with the federal government of Somalia, U.S. Africa Command conducted airstrikes against ISIS Somalia on February 1st, 2025. The joint airstrikes targeted senior ISIS Somalia leadership in a series of cave complexes approximately 50 miles from southeast of Bosaso. So where do you think they got the money? Where did money come from? I've been to Somalia. I was in Somalia on my first, back in, I think it was 1982. Yeah, I'm an old guy. And that was my first SEAL, deployment. And we went to Somalia, and it's just a desert. There was a little town, and some of the sailors had liberty. They went into town, ate something, and got sick. We were there like three times before the Marines came in. That's what we do. We do beach survey. We come back, we chart it out, we go back and make sure it's clear, and then the Marines come in. And they land, and they go off and do their thing. And there was nothing there but camels and camel herders, all right? And you could see way out, they had a mountain range, and that's probably where the airstrikes happened. So not a lot going on in Somalia. They don't have really anything. That's why we came in. We tried to feed them, so they were starving. You remember those Michael Jackson, "We are the world. We are the blah, 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 blah." All right. So all that money went to feed the Somalis. And what did they do in return? And so we finally pulled out. And then we just started, under Obama, we just started pulling them in here to America by the millions. Right. And boy, that was really smart, wasn't it? No. So we're kind of effed ourselves on that. So we're going to have to clear them out. Not all of them. I've met many Somalis that are great people. And we're not talking about them. We're talking about the ones that are future terrorists. All right. And they're basically taking over cities throughout America. We got to stop it. You got to stop it, guys. They don't integrate. They basically come in. They produce children, and then they become the majority, and then they take over. And they start to push out all the whites and all the people that are not Somali or not Muslims. And this is what's happening across America. All right. So we will have to stop it. And I don't know what that's going to look like going forward, but it's got something's going to have to happen, guys. It's bad. It's real bad. All right. So what we're seeing with silver, we've seen silver basically skyrocket. It opened up really high Now I think that silver, it's way overbought, and it's probably going to get a little bit of a pullback. Do not sell. All right. Don't sell your silver, or your silver miners or anything else. All right. Hold on to it. This will be a test for some people. I don't know. Maybe it'll go up. Remember I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So earlier it hit, I think, 83 something, and now it's pulling back pretty good. So we'll see how it ends up, by the end of the year. But it needs a little rest. It needs a little bit of a pullback so that we have the opportunity to get it in cheaper. And then it's going to, probably go sideways for a little bit, and then it's going to take off again, guys. We will see, I think, maybe in January, 100 or more in January when it peaks, when it pops again. All right, so it's been on a tear. It doesn't go up. It doesn't go straight up all the time, right? Forever, right? So we said it was going to do a moonshot, so it already has. So now it needs to rest a little bit before it goes to Venus. All right. So just keep your eye on it. If you see the pullback and it looks like a nice opportunity for you, of course, then take advantage. Now, spot price right now is 82.63. And I think I saw somewhere where in China it's $90 an ounce, right? So will it pull back? I think so. Will it go higher? Yes. At some point, much, much higher. Triple digits, easily well into the triple digits next year, right? 300 to 500 next year. And then at some point it's going to be over 1,000, right? That may take a couple of years or so, but it's a long-term investment, not like your crypto. So your crypto, if you've been holding on your crypto, silver right now is up 190%. Crypto is down 16%. Most of crypto, some of them are down more, some of them down a little bit less, but pretty much down negative 16% so far this year. All right, so I told you guys, go big into, because I had a dream, and the dream was that XRP was going to go big. So I put everything in XRP. It went big. And then I said, okay, guys, it went big. Now it's time to get out and put it in something else. All right. And I think a lot of you guys saw it go big, and you started hearing all these stories about it, like normally happens. It's a crypto speculative, but it's cyclical. It has moments when it goes up and moments when it goes way down. And that's the buying opportunity. So you have to know when to buy them, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? So if you didn't fold it, you just wait around, it'll come back. Whatever you're holding is probably going to go down a lot more, but and who knows? Like I said, it could go higher. There's always a possibility. So be your own best judge, right? And your own psychic, right? Don't listen to this psychic. So, don't get everything right perfectly on time at perfect times, but silver is a long-term hold, right? Now, some people will probably, they see they got, big returns in silver. Get out of debt, right? Get out of debt. Don't sell it all. Sell a portion of it. Get out of debt. Shouldn't have any debt. And that's my best advice to you. I got out of debt long time ago, right? Haven't been in debt for a long time. I fell into the old scheme of, if you want something now, get a loan and pay back a lot of interest. And I remember when I bought my first condo decades ago, and it was like 110 or 15,000. I got a really good deal on it in Virginia Beach. The market had pulled back, so I got a good deal on it. And I looked at, because I had a 30-year loan, VA loan, and after 30 years, I was going to pay it back 3 times the price. I was like, what? Like, oh, the tax breaks will be good. I keep hearing about these tax breaks. No, they're not good. Tax breaks are not good. And then I rented it out for years. I just maintained pretty much, had the tax breaks. Basically, someone was paying my mortgage and a little bit more. It wasn't good. So I know a lot of people make money on real estate with my huge returns that I'm getting on silver, which will be even bigger going forward. I plan on getting into real estate, because there's going to be incredible opportunities in real estate. As silver goes up, you're going to see at some point the market crash, probably 80 to 90%, or maybe even more. And the same thing with housing. So if you have silver, it may pull back with that market crash like it normally does, but then it's going to take off again. All right. So now timing is not a good thing, but I think going forward, you're going to do really, really, really well with silver. So, and I'm not a professional in economics or anything like that, but I have Dr. Kirk Elliott, who will be on Monday, and he's been saying the same thing. So nanner. All right. So you guys that believe in immigration, and it was kind of interesting because Nick Shirley and that one gentleman that was revealing all the fraud, they went to one place where it was like a child learning center, but they left out the end, so it was a learning center, and it was like no windows, the door was locked, and so they were getting millions too. And so they're like talking outside, and they're knocking on the door, and this woman comes up, and she keeps screaming, "ICE, don't open up, don't open up, ICE." So you got these idiot Democrat morons, and they're even asking her, said, "Do you think it's okay that this child center doesn't have any children in it? They're getting like over $1 million a year. ICE, ICE, don't open up." God. So we'll talk about that. Violence from the leftists. The leftists are like, the right wingers are all violent. They're the true Nazis. And I'm gonna pull up a graph about that. They went full retard this year. All right. Speaking of full retard, here we have warning to America. UK and Sweden imported the third world, and suddenly they're leading in rapes.
Unfortunately, let's look at the United Kingdom. This is a graph that shows you the amount of rapes that happen across the European Union per 100,000. In United Kingdom, it is at the very top with 109 rapes per 100,000 people, with Sweden being second with around 86 rapes per 100,000. So you import the third world and you suddenly become the third world. You actually become even worse because places like Botswana, like I told you earlier, have around 92 to 93 rapes per 100,000. And places like Lesotho have around 82 to 83. Both of those countries you've probably never heard of because they're located in Southern Africa, and you can only imagine the status there. But America isn't even importing the migrants from places like Southern Africa. We're straight importing them from the Middle East or Afghanistan, where the rape statistics we can't really know because they censor it fully, but it's about 40 to 50% of all women experience rape. And if you watch my Sharia videos, you know that it's because it's part of the culture in predominantly Muslim countries. So European countries shouldn't be surprised when they import migrants from there, when their statistics suddenly go up and look terrible, worse than third world countries.
Duh. All right. So consciously compromised United States Democrats. All right. We just want to help everybody. And if ISIS comes around, we're going to like expose them and yell and scream and try and resist. All right. So let's look at 10 major incidents of left-wing violence and threats in 2025. Off the charts, right? Off the charts here in America. And these are just but a few. So, but they're the ones that really stand out. Probably some of you have heard of these. All right. So let's go through a few of these. The year opened with many on the left praising a man who allegedly murdered a healthcare CEO. And it ended with Virginia Democrats overwhelmingly voting for a man, Jay Jones, now Virginia's Attorney General-elect, made the most blood-curdling endorsement of political violence I've ever seen from an elected official. And he justified it with this sentence: only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Jones apologized for the remarks, but he remained in the race. And he even shared a stage with none other than former President Barack Obama. I had hoped my fellow Virginians would reject this message in November, but Jones won the election. Or was he selected? I say selected, setting a horrifying precedent for American politics. Jones' election victory highlights the negative partisanship in America, and it comes at the end of a truly horrifying year of left-wing violence. Here are 10 incidents of threats or violence aligning with the less attacks on Trump and his party. Targeting Nazi Pete Hegseth, January 28th. Riley Jane English, 24, after she told officers she was carrying a folding knife and 2 Molotov cocktails. English traveled to Washington, D.C., intending to kill Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, whom she referred to as a Nazi, or, if that didn't work out, House Speaker Mike Johnson, according to a police affidavit. She also reportedly mentioned wanting to burn down the Heritage Foundation. All right, so she claimed the tattoo is a Jerusalem cross. So Tesla vandalism, we all saw this. Tesla, with the Doge, was basically destroying the Democrat Party's money laundering systems. As the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, headed by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, cut wasteful and ideological spending in the early months of this year. Vandals targeted Tesla vehicles, dealerships, and charging stations. After being the darling of the left, it became a target because it was taking down the leftist money laundering systems. All right, like I said, agitators burned vehicles to the ground. Protesters marched with a banner reading, "Burn a Tesla, save democracy." Some agitators even published a map claiming to plot the location of every Tesla owner. Many of them left-leaning Democrats. All right. So what the heck? All right. So New Mexico GOP vandalized. Justice Department charged Jamison Wagner, 40, for 2 attacks, arson, attack on 2 Tesla vehicles in February featuring swastikas, and the graffiti attack on the New Mexico Republican Party headquarters featuring the graffiti ICE equals KKK. Who started the KKK? The Democrat Party. And so he faces murder charges, of course. Rodriguez had previously been associated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, though the party said he has not been involved in the group since 2017. Right? Boulder, Colorado, bad place. All right, Molotov cocktail attack. Mohammed Soliman, 45, faces 12 hate crime charges for allegedly using Molotov cocktails on June 1st to attack people who marched in solidarity with the Israeli hostages taken by Hamas. He shouted, "Free Palestine," during the attack. Soliman allegedly wounded 12 victims, one of whom died from her injuries the next day. Apparent revenge for Hortman. Vance Bolter, 57, murdered. So they're saying allegedly because he's under investigation and coming trial. Murdered former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman, her husband, and shot State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, both of whom survived. Bolter appears to have been motivated by opposition to abortion, and he targeted Democrats. The Center for Strategic and International Studies. Now, they say I have a little bit more information on him because I don't know who wrote this, but they're trying to paint him as an okay guy that leans right, because they're trying to make this into a right and left thing, but they fail. They fail badly. All right, so I'm going to stop that share and bring up this other one with this guy, and we're going to see who he's appointed by, right? So this is very interesting. All right, so this guy looks like a total whack job to begin with in his picture, right? Right there. It's like, what is he? I think he's wearing like a mask, some type of mask over his head. So it goes on to talk about blah, 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 why he targeted them. And at 57 years old, he is being pursued in connection with a shocking blah, 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 an act that Governor Walz characterized as targeting political violence. But what's interesting about that is that he was appointed by Walz. I can't see it where he's in here somewhere. Tim Walz. All right, so we know that Tim Walz, you look at Obama. Of course, Obama, the way the Democrats work, they have to have someone that's dumber than the president. So he picked Joe Biden. All right, so Joe Biden ran, and he had to have someone dumber than him, so he picked Kamala Harris. So when it went to Kamala Harris, she had to pick someone dumber than her, which was a real stretch, and she picked Tim Walz. All right, so, oh my God. So I'm looking for that. Where does it say? A politically motivated assassination. Says he supported Trump. He voted for Trump. He liked Trump. I like Trump. Right. Which is, I think, bullshit. I think they threw that in there. Oh, it must be down here. Okay, good. Where is it? Somewhere in here, Tim Walz basically appointed him. And he's always been part of the Democrat Party. But then, when he does this attack, he loves Trump, which is, I think, bullshit. So anyway, that clown right there, accused Minnesota shooter, was appointed by Tim Walz. It's right there in the title, okay? By Tim Walz and reportedly supported Trump. So reportedly, all right? Just information. So anyway, Minnesota State reported October it has investigated 50 threats against Minnesota State commissioners, lawmakers, and the governor's office, more than double the 19 from last year. These threats targeted Republicans as well as Democrats. Alvarado, I said, what, 2 Democrats and the rest Republicans probably. And that was just hearsay. July 4th, 10 to 12 people wearing black clothing started shooting fireworks at U.S. Immigration's and Customs Enforcement facility, spray painting ice pig and FU pigs on cars and structures, right? So that was in Alvarado, Texas, and I think there was a guy that, Joshua John. All right, so El Paso, Texas, arrested 35-year-old Marquise and charged her with arson against a place of worship. So there you go. Sounds like the leftists are a problem in America, not what they always say is the right wingers, right? And that's how they came after us, for J6 and all that kind of bullshit. All right, so now before I go into this next little reveal, so there was several years ago, 5 years ago, so where I would do personal one-on-one, using my intuition and help people. And so I was working with this one woman, and she liked it so much she got her husband. She was with Apple, right? So I don't know how to talk around it, but she's very high up in Apple. And so I was working with her husband. We had great chats and stuff, and we talked about all kind of stuff. And he's like me. He's like alpha male dude, and trying to get him into, being more spiritual and so forth. So he and I were talking. We had a great conversation, like I said, and he told me that he went to some of these crazy, events. It maybe be at somebody's home. Some of these guys that were, billionaires. It was a billionaire club, and they would get invited because she was very high up in the company, and so he would be watching everything. And he said, he'd been going to these for like years, and he said for a while they were like, they wanted people to become gay, right? And then when some of their group became gay and they came out, they'd all clap and they'd be all like joyful, and they loved that because it's basically part of a darker agenda, right? And so he's telling me this, and he says, and then they went from celebrating gay couples to transgender, turning into transgender. And they started celebrating that. And so these are companies, not all of them, but these are companies that are part of the destruction of America, guys, right? And the political class, Democrat political class, part of the destruction of America. So now let me focus on just one of these out gay governor, and in American history that came out. Of course, there's probably been a lot more before that, but and switch hitters and all kind of stuff. Probably a lot of political class with switch hitters, but get out of there. All these little links and crap that come up. So anyway, his partner for 18 years. So they've been together for 18 years. They got 2 children together. Of course, they must have adopted them, or I don't know. Maybe they were in a. Now Jared is very successful. He's got $300 million, I think, and not like Nancy Pelosi corruption type, but he actually, through merit, I believe, earned that money through internet stuff. He had a floral online type thing. If I said the name, if I remember the name, you probably recognize it. But he's made a lot of money, and he's using that money to basically corrupt Colorado. So he was part of a group that basically came in and they started to turn Colorado from red to blue. Because I remember going to Colorado to visit a buddy of mine who was a tracker and survivalist and all that kind of stuff. Really cool guy. He went to Africa to help African villages and so forth. And he's done a really good job out there. But he basically said, I remember visiting him, and Colorado was red. It was completely conservative. Denver, living in Denver, unbelievable, great city, shithole now, of course. But this is what they bring in. What I do care about is when you come in and you start to corrupt and change and destroy America, right? So this is what Jared Polis is doing. Remember, he's the one that said that Trump couldn't be on the ballot because he was part of J6, which we're now finding out that was all bullshit, right? And all the stuff that they tried to do on Trump is all bullshit. So, and of course, we have Tina Peters, which he refuses to release because Trump has said that she should be free. So this is part, I believe, of the destruction of America, guys. Putting people like this in there, like I say, in the background, you do that kind of stuff, no big deal. It's not part of, the culture of God, right? God is between male and female, and anything else outside of that is not so much, right? So they're both Jewish, as you can see. So it does not matter to me what religion you are, what your political party is, right? As long as you're upholding the Constitution and creating a safe environment for the people of your government, wherever that might be, however that might be. But they're creating a very negative environment. In Colorado, we've seen a lot of mass shootings. So there's some real problems in Colorado, right? So I think that government that's there right now is part of that problem, is part of the issue that's destroying America. Now, he being the first openly gay governor, he was soon to be followed by an openly lesbian in what state is it? Is it Washington State? No, Oregon. So Tina Kotek, yes, you can make that association with that last name if you want, but she is the first openly lesbian governor elected in the United States. So this is in 23. So this is something, and we see the problems that are happening also in Oregon, guys, right, with Portland and so forth. So I mean, maybe the citizens, all the citizens, are completely open to that, and if they want that, that's good. But the problem is, you're coming in with this wokeism ideas, and they're a counter to, like I say, American culture, what we stand for, and it should not be acceptable, right? So at some point, these people that I believe, have been selected to be in those positions, when we get fair elections, they all go bye-bye, right? I've said this, the Democrat Party as a whole absolutely goes away completely, right? The corruption, the lies, the mismanagement, and the outright fraud, as we're finding from the Democrat Party, is unbelievable. So speaking of that, Ilhan Omar's husband's investment firm removing names from their website. Now, why might that be? Because I think just like a year ago, they had like 100,000. Let me pull this out. Let's read through this silliness. Now, the reason why I want to come back to this is some of these governors and other politicians, whether they be senators or congressional leaders or whatever, they should, if they do crimes, they should pay for those crimes. There's a big movement to deport Somalis and Ilhan Omar. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, because if they've committed crimes, which most of them have, they should stand on trial for those crimes and then go to prison for whatever length of time is determined for their crimes, right? So in 2022, this is just 3 years ago, her husband, Tim Minette, a political consultant and husband of said Omar, launched Rose Lake Capital. The firm was reportedly worth less than $1,000 in 2023, 2 years ago, but has quickly grown to manage $60 billion in assets. Front for fraud. Hello. The New York Post report revealed that as charges have mounted in fraud cases across Minnesota, Rose Lake Capital quietly removed the names of several Obama-era officials who have served as officers with the firm. Among those listed, former Ambassador to Bahrain, Adam Iriali, former Ambassador to China, Senator Max Baucus, DNC Finance Chair Associate Alex Hoffman, and former DNC Treasurer William DeRoe. Former CEO of Amalgamated Bank Keith Mestrick's name was also removed. The removals of the names and bios of the Rose Lake officers took place between September and October after federal charges were handed to 8 individuals connected with the Minnesota fraud schemes, the New York Post reported. Wow. So, yeah, Democrat Party goes bye-bye. Goes bye-bye. All right, the fraud is not just happening right now. It has been happening for decades. and a lot of these baddies are going to go down for it. All right. So I think that we're going to see, like I said, a market turn down sometime in the first quarter of next year after it goes higher, right? How much higher? I don't know, but I think it's going to get another little pump before it gets a dump, right? And maybe gets a dump and then the pump. I don't know. So we'll see how it works out. But corporate bankruptcies surged in 2025, rivaling levels not seen since the immediate aftermath of the Great Recession, 2011, when silver prices spiked, right? And then they got crashed by the banksters. Banksters aren't crashing it, or at least not yet. I don't know. Maybe they will. But if they do, it's a buying opportunity because it's going to go up. Companies cited inflation and interest rates among the factors contributing to blah, 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 right? So you guys failed, right? You guys failed. You probably had a Democrat support, and once it went away, you failed. All right, so things are happening. Of course, we know that London, the bank of the banksters in London, the city of what's it? City of London, London City, London. So the banksters are funding the Ukraine war because every time President Trump basically tells Zelensky it's time to stop, he runs to England and then he's like, nanner, and just keeps the war going. And the slaughter of Ukrainians continues, right? So let's look at some of the things that are happening over there. It is basically accelerating to the downside for the Ukrainian army, like I predicted it would. And it's happening on a very fast pace. It's picking up speed. Here's a little piece right here. This is Juliapol. They basically came in. They captured this city very quickly within less than a month. In the past, it would take them months and months and months to capture cities, right? They're capturing major cities that are well defended in less than a month now, all up and down the line, right? And the line stretches, like you imagine, from Maine all the way down to Florida. That's a long line, and they're basically kicking ass all along that line.
Following yesterday's video where the Russians stormed a Ukrainian headquarters within the city, the Russians then went on to expand the zone of control beyond the central parts of it, clearing their apartment complex buildings and pushing all the way to the western outskirts of the city. As we see with this located footage, the Russians completely Putin's.
All right, so as he said, the Russians are moving so fast that they came into their headquarters, and their computers and their iPhones with no password protection were still on. And so they just ran out the door just as they came, probably just before they came in the building, and they seized all. This is their headquarters with all the intelligence and all that stuff. Boy, they're going to be kicking some serious ass going forward, I promise you. So I look at these yellow lines right here. These are basically defensive positions that were formed. As you can see, the Russians have basically, have taken a lot of the Ukrainians' defensive lines. So one of the reasons why I want to show this is Juliapol right here. They're instead of coming straight in, which is the worst, way to come into a defensive line, they're coming in on the flanks. So they're taking the flanks of these defensive lines, and there's right over here. See if I can pull it up if it's in there. I can't really tell, but I think it's right up in here. So Zaporizhia, maybe this is it right here. So this is a fairly big city, and once this city is taken down, it's on to Odessa, right? So they're coming at this. I would say probably within the next 4 to 6 months, they're going to take Zaporizhia. And then they're going to march all the way over to Odessa. So Odessa is already, which is the port that Catherine the Great of Russia basically took that, and for Russia, and it was supposed to be a port city for Russia. And that's something that the Russians have once again, pretty much through their missile strikes and so forth. And this is really hurting the Europeans because they get a lot of trade through that port and through Ukraine. So the Russians have basically started to close that completely down. So it's only a matter of time before the Russians, like I said over a year ago, the Russians would get Odessa. So it looks like sometime by the middle of next year, they're going to be pushing into Odessa, right? So very, very interesting things that are happening in Ukraine. Of course, you know, the Democrats support Ukraine tremendously. But here's another video that's basically showing how the Russians came in and seized all those computers and everything. Here's an actual video of that. So like I said, over a year ago, the movement of the Russians across the battlefront was going to really start to pick up pace.
We are servicemen from the 50th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade. We are located on Sobornaya Street, number 52. The building was taken by our military personnel of the 4th Brigade, which turned out to be the headquarters of the 1st Battalion, 106th Brigade of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Now we will show you the premises in its entirety. We'll film everything. Follow me. To your attention, this is the battalion commander's office. Come on in, film this. This is their flag. Brigade flag. The computer remained in place. Here are the radio stations, the commander's work cards, phones, tablets. The phone isn't even password protected.
All right. So I can tell you, like when my compadres seized all that intel, computers and other stuff when they did the Osama bin Laden raid, there was a lot of people got cleaned out after that, right? A lot of people, right? All over the world, right? So that's a treasure trove right there that they collected. They'll be able to track that into a lot of the Ukrainians' stuff. Of course, Ukraine, once they saw that that was compromised, they probably shut down a lot of systems. But that's tough for military too, because if you've developed communication, you know, through different means and so forth, it takes a long time to get to that process. Usually those are over secure lines and so forth. So to have those compromised, you have to build a whole new system, takes time. You're not getting communication downrange like you used to. So probably going to see this movement across the territory now pick up pace even more. All right. So I've been watching this over the last year and a half, and it's been, a little bit, less than way less, like meters, 100 meters there, 200 meters there. And then it got to a kilometer. And these days it's 20, 30 kilometers a day in all these different towns and so forth, taking over cities massively fast now. All right. So the Nazis, Ukrainian Nazis, have been funded by the NATO Nazis, and they used to be funded by the Democrat Nazis, is basically collapsing very quickly. And this is part of the strategy going forward. So, military action against these Nazi leftist groups in Ukraine by Russians. Now, how did Russia get back its country from the communists, from the deep state that basically came in and seized their country? Soviet Union, that was a deep state. What made it happen? Now, you saw on that one graph I showed you guys all of the rapes that were happening. It didn't show you the rapes that are happening to children, right? What turned Russia around that defeated the Soviet Union, the communism? Child trafficking, right? What is the number one child trafficking country in the world right now? United States. Democrat Party is the party of child trafficking. Right? I'll leave you with that. All right, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. Judy Byington is taking a much needed and deserved break this holiday season, and she will return after the new year. Mass arrests exploding across the globe. Nisara Jasara is fully implemented in the shadows. Children continue to be rescued above and below ground. Commander Thor and his Leiping families continued rescue and eradication operations under France. Democrat fraud, theft, and attempted coup is being exposed. 2020 election isn't over yet. Deep state players arrested and in grand juries. Gitmo tribunals are coming. Silver continues to rise, and Epstein files continue to be released. And we have a Delta for December 25th, 2017 from Q. It says, "Thank you all for your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You are safe. God bless. Q." Brennan subpoenaed to a grand jury in Florida. Also, Trump announces an attack on ISIS in Nigeria. He says, "Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues." And huge update, Trump launched Nisara on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. And breaking, 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey, planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christians backed by global elites. And just a side note, I think that's global because a lot of different cities have shut down New Year's Eve events. December 26, 2025. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week, 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode. Their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing a one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset. It's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right now under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan.
America, we're going to be discussing all of the many ways that good things have been happening in 25. That is a gift to us, all of us, as we move into a new year. So we'll get into some slides and show some of the good news. I want to start with the debt clock first. I usually do. So as we look at the debt clock message, there's several important things that I want to point out here. First of all, look at the money that's coming in from, it's in yellow there, kind of the top left. Money coming in from the tariff revenue. We're now at $370 billion brought in tariffs. This is having a massive impact that I'll discuss a little bit later as we talk about the difference it's making in reducing deficits for the country. On the right there in kind of the red box, we have gold and silver, and it's projecting that the actual price of silver should be in the range of $1,164 an ounce with a projected 5-year price of $1,500 an ounce. Gold at $92.25 with a 5-year price out at $12,000. That's way different than we are now. But as you will see from when we look at metals, things are on the move big right now. One other thing I wanted to point out on the debt clock right now is the new money creation box there. This is a treasury dollars, new treasury dollars. And they actually had a pop-up window when you click on this box, and I'll bring up the window here. This is all about the U.S. Treasury dollars. What is Treasury dollars? So let's read here. In 1862, President Lincoln issued $450 million directly from the U.S. Treasury. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as greenbacks. Greenbacks were used to pay the soldiers and everybody else that was helping to prosecute the Civil War for the North. On June 4th, in 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110, issuing $4.3 billion directly from the U.S. Treasury, bypassing the Federal Reserve Bank. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as silver certificates, and he did this in cooperation with President Sukarno of Indonesia, known as the Green-Hilton Agreement. This money, of course, was never released as President Kennedy assassinated before he could do that. The other secret window on the debt clock is this, the Great Jubilee, the wealth transfer. I think this is awesome. This means great things are coming for you and me. What is a Jubilee? Well, Jubilee is basically a zeroing of debts. So we'll have the opportunity here in the future to be able to have debt zero. Now, that isn't all debts. This is only going to cover things that was created by the fiat banking system. If you borrowed money from a friend, family, of course, you would still be obligated for that. But it means that we could see some zeroing of various loans, car loans, house loans, credit cards, these types of things. There's been some testing of the system that's been going throughout the last year and a half, actually about 18 months now. And several people have found mortgages actually zeroed and the bank notified them that they were done. Very isolated cases right now as they were just testing going on. But it would be good news if that came to all of us, wouldn't it? As we get a new financial system. So cool news going on right there with the wealth transfer. Silver hit $65 an ounce today. This was a tremendous number. I'm showing a 5-year chart here that you look at. But if you go back to the previous 24 months to December of 23 up until now, silver has gained 270% in value since then. This is dramatic and is probably a sign of things to come. As the debt clock indicates, silver is massively devalued in its relationship to gold. The final numbers that they're showing for where they think it's going to go is more of a ratio of a 7-to-1. However, it's been sitting recently at about 80-to-1. So obviously silver is really behind. The ratios are way out of whack. If you look at historical data, and we were discussing this last night on John Michael Chambers about how the ratios historically for thousands of years always range somewhere on the low end of maybe 7-to-1 and the high end of 20-to-1. Yet throughout this last 100 years, we've had 30-to-1 and up, and even 85 to 1 at one point. So you're looking at ratios that are completely out of the norm or what historically has been done with these metals. So we do expect silver to make a move, continue to make a move to get more in line with proper historical type ratios. This creates a little bit of an issue in that demand for silver is exceeding supply. For the last 5 years, the demand for silver has grown, exceeding the amount that's being mined out of the ground. What this means is that we've been for years now dipping into reserves in order to meet demand for physical silver.
Friday, December 26th. Huge update. Trump launched NESARA on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. December 26, a monumental shift is taking place right now, one that will forever change the course of history. The global financial system that has been carefully manipulated and controlled by the elites for decades is crumbling. President Trump has activated NESARA, National Economic Security and Reformation Act, and initiated the quantum financial system, a system designed to obliterate the debt-driven fiat currency structure that has enslaved the masses. This is happening in real time as we speak. The secret operations of NESARA and QFS. Yesterday on Christmas, while the global elite were celebrating, Trump's forces were executing covert operations that completely dismantled the corrupt financial systems they've relied on for so long. These operations were not publicized, but they were critical. Military and Treasury-backed units launched targeted raids across the world, targeting hidden money laundering networks, human trafficking operations, and illicit bank accounts controlled by the elite. These operations seized over $100 million in assets, including gold, funds stolen from the people, and accounts tied to globalists and their deep state networks. These operations were not a random act. They were part of a carefully orchestrated plan to weaken the elite's financial stronghold and redistribute the wealth they've hoarded for years. The success of these raids marks the beginning of the end of the old system. Funds that were meant to remain hidden from the public eye are being returned, now funneled into NESARA-backed systems designed to empower the people and restore sovereignty to America. The elites know this is happening, but they can't stop it. They've been so focused on keeping their power, controlling the media, and manipulating markets that they've missed the quiet revolution unfolding right under their noses. Breaking: 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey. Planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christmas backed by global elites. 115 ISIS members were arrested across Istanbul just before Christmas, not suspects, not loosely affiliated radicals, full members, trained, organized, and connected to known foreign networks. Turkish police, military, and intelligence forces raided 124 locations in one of the largest counter-terror operations in recent years. The timing was not random. It was directly connected to the holiday calendar. The goal was to strike during Christmas and New Year's, targeting gatherings of Christians and non-Muslims in public spaces. This wasn't about sending a message. It was about inflicting a real harm on religious communities in coordinated attacks across multiple points of the city. Firearms were found, ammunition, operational documents, communication with ISIS contacts outside the country. Intelligence confirmed this was part of a wider strategy, not a spontaneous local act.
Today, December 26, 2025, and take a look at the latest headlines coming out with me. U.S. airlines cancel over 1,000 flights due to the northeast winter storm warnings that are coming out. You can see this coming out just 37 minutes ago from the time of this recording. Winter storms and heavy rain battering states on both sides of the United States. Now, I shared with you what was happening in California, and I had warned that we had heard this was going to spread, and now we're hearing, take a look, winter storms to deliver white Christmas and travel mayhem to over 18 U.S. states this week. Watch mudslides, flooding, and debris. Storms batter Southern California, but not just California. Winter storm could affect post-Christmas travel in the Northeast United States as well, and early Christmas travel at risk as eastern U.S. storm brings rain and gusty winds as well. We're hearing from coast to coast across the United States. There are winter weather alerts for extreme weather that is going to be hitting. I'll let you know this the day before Christmas and now the day after Christmas. We're hearing that this is going to be continuing on. Some extreme weather, unusual weather, lots of rain, storms, mudslides happening in California. They're saying the South here in Texas, unusually dry and hot. And now we're seeing some extreme weather, ice warnings happening in the north and the east coast of the United States.
And wow, I hope everyone out there has had a wonderful Christmas day. So Drew, what's your first story of the day?
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. And I hope you all had a Merry Christmas. My first story is President Donald Trump says the US has carried out airstrikes against Islamic State militants in northwest Nigeria. Trump claims the strikes targeted ISIS fighters accused of attacking Christian communities in the region. The US military says the operation took place in Sokoto State and involved coordination with Nigerian authorities. Nigeria's government says the strikes were part of an ongoing security cooperation, while stressing the country's violence is complex and not solely religious.
Diving into my first story of the day. For the first time in 2 years, Gaza's small Christian community has been able to celebrate Christmas. A quiet service was held at the Holy Family Church, Gaza's only Catholic parish, during a fragile ceasefire. The church, badly damaged during the war, hosted prayers, carols, and a simple Christmas tree. Community leaders say the moment was subdued but deeply meaningful after years of conflict and loss. It's just wonderful to see that even in a war-torn place like Gaza, that Christmas and festivities are still coming back. What have you got, Drew?
Yeah, with more good news, Turkish authorities say they stopped planned holiday attacks after arresting 115 suspected ISIS operatives in Istanbul. Police carried out raids at more than 120 locations, seizing weapons, ammunition and documents linked to the group. Officials say the suspects were planning attacks during Christmas and New Year's celebrations, particularly targeting non-Muslims. 22 suspects remain at large as security forces continue their search.
And my next story, one that Charlie has asked me to share with everybody. President Vladimir Putin has flipped the script in Europe's war narrative. He's announced direct talks with Ukraine, cutting out European leaders he accuses of pushing the conflict instead of peace. By going straight to Kiev, Moscow says it's sidelining what it calls warmongering middlemen. Whether this opens a real path to negotiations or reshapes the diplomatic balance, it's a move that's rattling at capitals across Europe. So Drew, we may actually see peace in Ukraine very soon. What a wonderful Christmas present.
And my last story, Keir Starmer's Downing Street has scrapped its regular afternoon media briefings, triggering an angry backlash from Westminster journalists. The briefings, which let reporters question the PM's spokesperson without time limits, are being replaced with occasional press conferences and technical updates. Journalists say the move reduces access and weakens scrutiny, accusing the government of controlling when and who gets to ask questions despite promises of greater transparency. What's he doing?
Well, Drew, this is one about free speech. Remember, once they start taking away free speech, once they stop interacting with their people, this is all signs that they are going deep into a dictatorship. They are crushing our rights. I mean, I want to know what's going on with our government. Once you start taking away these interactions with the media, good or bad, that tells you a very, very bleak story about what's going on. But as Charlie always says, it's all part of the pantomime, and we're going to see some big changes coming up in the not too distant future. So yes, we are looking forward to what's to come. And remember, everybody, stand fast, okay? I know the UK is going through a very dark time. I'm here myself. Drew's here herself. We've got to stand strong because we know that there are better times ahead. And my final story. Europe's biggest car makers, including Volkswagen, BMW and Mercedes, are under mounting pressure as costs rise and exports slow. Analysts say the latest shock follows Russia's response to the EU's seizure of Russian assets, with Moscow warning of economic retaliation and a pivot away from Europe. Germany has been hit the hardest, facing higher energy costs, weaker demand and fierce competition from cheaper Chinese electrical vehicles. Critics warn Europe's policies risk long-term damage to its industrial base and its global competitiveness. Drew, we are starting to see the final, dare I say it, the downfall of the cabal, cleaning the house out that is Europe. Well, everybody, that was the news on Boxing Day, the 26th of December 2025. There's not many more newses left before the end of the year, but wow, it is not failing to show us what's going on out there. And I just want to end the show with just a quick scripture. Be still and know that I am God. In a world that's loud, fast and often overwhelming, this is a reminder that we don't have to have all the answers and we don't have to panic. Sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is pause, breathe, and remember that we're not in control, and that's okay.
Friday, December 26, 2025, Epstein's powerful allies exposed. The pedophile network they tried to cover up is falling apart. And here is the next post from Donald Trump. Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleaze bags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to drop him like a dog when things got too hot, falsely claimed that they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blame, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so. When their names get brought out in the ongoing radical left witch hunt, plus one low-life Republican Massey, and it is revealed that they are Democrats all, there will be a lot of explaining to do, much like there was when it was made public that the Russia hoax was a fictitious story, a total scam, and had nothing to do with Trump. The failing New York Times, among many others, was forced to apologize for their bad and faulty election reporting, even to the point of losing many subscribers due to their highly inaccurate fake coverage. Now the same losers are at it again, only this time so many of their friends, mostly innocent, will be badly hurt and reputationally tarnished. But sadly, that's the way it is in the world of corrupt Democrat politics. Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas. President Donald J. Trump. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a billionaire financier. He was an asset used by intelligence agencies, protected by global elites, and deployed to entrap the powerful. His operations were never isolated and never rogue. They were structured, coordinated, and funded by people who still walk free today, many of whom sit at the highest levels of power in media, politics, tech, and international finance. President Donald J. Trump knows this, and unlike the previous administration, which did everything in its power to protect and seal these networks, Trump is opening the gates. On Christmas Day 2025, he issued one of the most aggressive public statements yet, mocking and calling out the elite class that once praised Epstein as a brilliant mind, invited him into their universities, charities, and government institutions, and attended his events. This is a precision strike because just weeks ago, Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, forcing the Department of Justice to begin the release of classified documents connected to Epstein's operations, contacts, movements, and protected associates. And in the last week alone, over 700 pages of new material have been released. Most media outlets refuse to report on it, but those files are now public. Names, timestamps, photos, wire transfers, and handwritten logs. They tie Epstein not just to celebrities and ex-presidents, but to operatives inside the CIA, MI6, and Mossad, to biotech executives currently overseeing population control programs, Bill Gates, and to banking institutions that process donations for humanitarian aid that never arrives. These files confirm that Epstein's science projects were cover operations, receiving large sums from Gates-linked organizations and EU biotech lobbies during the same years he was hosting classified guests on the island. Clinton is already cornered. The photos released last week show him with Epstein after he publicly claimed he had cut ties. PR teams are scrambling, but the evidence is there. 2001, 2003, and 2006 logs confirm multiple visits and extended stays, none of which were disclosed in official statements. More importantly, files released on December 22nd contained emails between Clinton Foundation staff and Epstein's private assistant, planning events described only as fundraisers with select contributors. But this is bigger than Clinton. The released files list private guests from global institutions, UNICEF, the World Economic Forum, Deutsche Bank, and UNESCO. This is the same circle currently pushing for digital ID systems, centralized biometric passports, and child-focused health data initiatives under the banner of safety. And every one of those projects links back to the same money that protected Epstein for 2 decades. Since taking office in January, Trump has reactivated key military intelligence programs that were shut down under Biden. These include Task Force Gladius, targeting elite-level human trafficking cells with international protection; Operation Talon, focusing on exposing U.S.-based government employees embedded in trafficking logistics; Milcom 47, monitoring classified comms between NGOs and Epstein-tied shell corporations. Recent whistleblower leaks confirm that multiple Epstein-linked foundations are under sealed federal investigation as of December 2025, and at least 4 arrests have been made since November. None reported in mainstream media. 2 were German nationals with ties to a child research group funded by a Dutch royal foundation. 1 was a Canadian tech CEO linked to a now-defunct virtual reality startup used for training simulations, which, according to internal memos, used trafficked children in the demo footage. There's a reason President Trump said, "Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas." It wasn't a joke. It was a real warning to the ones who know they're being hunted. For years, they thought they buried Epstein's secrets with him, but the data was never destroyed. The logs were copied. The blackmail material, photo, videos, financial trails was never deleted. It was backed up, and Trump now controls access to it.
The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics, and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even governments looking to blot out the sun in the name of stopping global warming? We've endeavored to answer all of your questions at the links on your screen. In fact, EPA shares many of the same concerns when it comes to potential threats to human health and the environment, especially from solar geoengineering activities. The enthusiasm for experiments that would pump pollutants into the high atmosphere has set off alarm bells here at the Trump EPA. Prior to now, EPA has never been this proactive to raise awareness about concerns with geoengineering and to stop this activity from being scaled up. This is what it looks like when government actually listens to the will of the people and doesn't try to squash it. You can always trust this administration and this EPA to take your concerns seriously, answer your questions honestly, and carry out the will of voters.
All right, the Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump. Not something I'm used to telling you guys. They say that he does not have enough cause or complaint to be able to use the National Guard in the city of Chicago. Former CIA John Brennan is officially under grand jury proceedings, but it's worse than that. His own lawyer was caught trying to control the venue and which judge would oversee his upcoming trial for trying to remove Donald Trump from office. Former CIA John Brennan, his lawyer, was just caught trying to control the venue where his upcoming trial would take place. He was also trying to control which judge was appointed, right? They do this in Washington, D.C. Think about Judge Boasberg, who gets all of these really important cases against Donald Trump. Well, they were caught because legal documents went out. But what these legal documents also confirmed is that John Brennan 100% is going through multiple grand jury indictments right now to see if there is enough there to actually hold him accountable and go to trial. Now, this is a big one. I think this guy is worse than James Comey. I think that he is worse than Letitia James. I still hope those cases pan out. And some of the other ones that President Trump's DOJ has going. But this would be a really big one. Let me show you what was said about this, and then you guys let me know in the comments what you think about it, because I would just love to see John Brennan go down.
There is more out of John Brennan, the Steele dossier, all the things that people have been talking about for years and years, and now there is some acknowledgement.
And this all goes back to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, when she released all this information earlier this year about the grand conspiracy that was conspired upon against President Trump in 2016 with the grand Russia hoax and the ways that intelligence was manipulated. And it went all the way to the top. President Obama tasking people with creating this new intelligence report, the summary of which was shifted around based off of things in the Steele dossier. And John Brennan, we had that famous line of, but doesn't it just ring true when people in the CIA tried to push back on this? Now we know that there is a grand jury impaneled that is investigating John Brennan for his role in this. And how do we know this? In quite unusual move, through a letter from his lawyer to the chief judge in Florida, where this grand jury is impaneled, asking the chief judge to take some extraordinary steps to limit what the government can do and where they can use the grand jury, and with the stated goal of ensuring that Judge Eileen Cannon, who was the judge that was over the classified documents probe from special counsel Jack Smith, they want to ensure she is not the judge in this case.
All right. Isn't that amazing? So busted for trying to control the venue, saying it can't be a Trump positive judge or we're not going to do this. And it also confirms that there are multiple grand juries against this guy. I love it. This makes me so happy.
So, like I said, quite extraordinary seeing a letter admitting to the fact that there is a grand jury probe. Normally there can be speculation. People can be like, oh, grand jury's impaneled. This timing may seem like this, but we now know from the attorney of John Brennan that a grand jury is investigating whether or not crimes were committed in this Russia collusion hoax that he perpetrated on the American people and President Trump.
Let's go back to just July of this year. You're going to hear Tulsi Gabbard.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, that is one of the key launching points of the Russia collusion hoax. That is when the intelligence community had done many ICAs, intelligence community assessments, leading up to the 2016 election. After President Trump won, then President Obama ordered a new ICA. And what did John Brennan and James Clapper and Jim Comey do? They took their marching orders and they came up with a new ICA, which completely contradicted all the previous assessments of the intelligence community leading up to the election and included things that members of the CIA were pushing back against their director, saying this should not be included. This is substandard. This is unverified. This is salacious. This we don't even believe is good intelligence. But he said, you're going to do it anyways because, quote, doesn't it ring true? Because he was seeking confirmation bias. He knew what he wanted to believe and what he wanted the ICA to say and pushed the intelligence community to do just that. And that is what was the launching point for the Russia collusion hoax, for the Bob Mueller investigation special counsel, for the years of turmoil and waste of taxpayer money that the American people saw. This was one of the chief architects of that, John Brennan.
Obama and Hillary and John Brennan conspired to use the intelligence agencies in order to get Donald Trump out. They have to be held accountable. Otherwise, what is the point of all of this? I don't care to know about this. I want to see action happen.
I have a post from JFKQ17 on Telegram. Juana Savin, fasten your seatbelt. Mass arrests of big-name traders are here. Patriots, it's happening right now. December 26, 2025 and beyond, Juana Savin just dropped the ultimate red pill. The long-awaited mass arrests of the biggest names in the deep state cabal are finally underway. We're talking high-profile globalist elites, pedophile network kingpins, and treasonous politicians who've sold out America for decades. The military is in full control. Gitmo is expanded and ready, and sealed indictments, hundreds of thousands of them, are being unsealed at lightning speed. Juan warns, fasten your seatbelt because the storm is no longer coming, it's here. Trump and the White Hats have activated the final phase. Special Forces, Navy SEALs, and Delta teams are coordinating nationwide and global ops to round up these Satan-worshipping monsters. Obama, Clinton's, Biden, Soros operatives, Hollywood scum, and corrupt DC swamp creatures. No one escapes. They've been tracked, evidence locked in with "we have it all," and tribunals are firing up for swift justice. This isn't just talk anymore. Sources confirm raids are hitting elite compounds as we speak. The emergency broadcast system is on standby for the big reveal. Those videos and confessions that will wake up the sleepers forever. The deep state thought they could steal elections, traffic children, and crash the economy one last time, but Trump fortified everything. It's all staged under military continuity of government, the real power behind the scenes. Q told us, trust the plan. Their great awakening is exploding. These arrests mark the end of their reign of terror. Nasara Jasara activation is next, with the debt forgiveness and gold-backed freedom on the horizon. The cabal's desperate, false flags failing, but it's too late. Justice is coming like a freight train. Patriots worldwide, stay vigilant, stock up and pray. The next days and weeks will be biblical. Big names falling, revelations that will shock the world, and victory for the light. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come. America saved, evil exposed and eradicated. Hold the line. We're winning big. And it says January 20th, internet dies, phones go, EBS only.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Christmas Eve through Christmas Day 2025 everything broke loose across the world, and no one knows it, yet. According to the Friday, December 25, 2025 Telegram sites of Trump-verified supporters, Charlie Ward, John F. Kennedy and FBI Director Kash Patel over Christmas Eve into that next morning on Christmas Day Trump launched Nizar military QFS operations, froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Also on Christmas Day Trump's global military alliance forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot and transferred into the QFS for the greatest wealth redistribution in history. In March 2020 the U.S. Treasury had already quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve and put in place safeguards for the world economy. With the Federal Reserve dead, central banks worldwide were now collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control. Unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025 the blackout was set to begin with travel restrictions expected in some areas, system interruptions possible, financial market instability. The full global currency reset would lock in for the general public in January 2026. On Thursday, December 18, 2025 Michael Lavon Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama's, tribunal at Gitmo resulted in a guilty verdict with a sentence of death by coming Thursday 25th of December TNT, new dates for Tier 4B notification, Saturday 27th of December to Monday 29th of December 2025 Thursday 25th of December Texas Snake, we are in a 36-hour window, but I do not know when the window started. Friday 26th of December Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram, I told you 3 years ago they were going to shut down the world's economy in order to do a global currency reset. That's what they are doing right now. Friday, December 26, 2025 huge update. Trump launched Nizar on Christmas Day, military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram December 26, 2025, Patriots, the moment we've prayed for has arrived. President Trump just unleashed the full power of Nizar on Christmas Day, activating the invincible quantum financial system, QFS, and delivering the death blow to the deep state's global financial tyranny. While the cabal celebrated in their mansions, Trump's loyal military forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot, transferred securely into the QFS for the greatest redistribution in history. This is the wealth stolen from we the people for over a century now coming home. The Federal Reserve is dead. Central banks worldwide are collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control, unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery forever. No more fake dollars, no more inflation scams, no more funding endless corruption. Trump's white hats are in full command. Private jets grounded, escape tunnels sealed, and Gitmo cells filling fast. The traitors who mocked us are now begging for mercy as tribunals prepare to expose their satanic crimes to the world. Patriots holding the golden Trump token are already verified in the QFS priority list, positioned first for the massive prosperity payouts, total debt forgiveness, and reclaimed assets heading our way. The storm is here, and loyal Americans are about to become wealthy beyond imagination. The full global reset locks in January 2026, their media puppets silent because they're owned by the same criminals losing everything. Trump didn't just return, he's finishing the mission, draining the swamp, exposing the pedophile networks, and restoring America's sovereignty under God. This is biblical. The lion has roared, the chains are breaking, and freedom rings louder than ever. The Great Awakening is exploding. Share this truth far and wide. The elites thought they won, but God and Trump had the final say. Hold strong, family. Justice is served, wealth is restored, and the golden age begins now. WWG1. God bless President Trump and every warrior fighting in the shadows for us. See Friday, December 26, 2025. God is in control. Kash Patel on Telegram. The plan is active. The final phase has begun. The greatest wealth transfer is moving, quiet, precise, irreversible. Prepare for phase 2. Blackout signals detected. This night will not be normal. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025. Travel restrictions expected. System interruptions possible. Market instability. Stay alert. Stay still. Trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, December 25, 2025. It's gonna be a massive hit. The storm explodes now. Elite compounds raided. Cabal crumbling. Q on Telegram. Patriots, on this glorious Christmas Day 2025, Judy Byington delivers the UN redacted truth that's setting the Great Awakening on fire. The White Hats struck hard overnight in Operation Silent Night. Massive military raids dismantled secret elite compounds worldwide, rescuing thousands of trafficked children and seizing mountains of evidence on the deep states that will red pill the masses overnight. Think of the divine timing. Christmas 2025 marks the birth of freedom, just like it marked the Savior's birth. The cabal thought they could hide their evil forever, but God wins. Trump, back in command behind the scenes with JFK Jr. and the Q team, has triggered the final phase. Mass arrests accelerating, Vatican assets seized, UN exposed as a deep state front. No more fiat slavery, prosperity funds releasing to we the people. Patriots, this is the massive hit we've waited for. The storm is upon us, unstoppable. The elites' compounds in ruins, their networks shattered, justice for the children finally served. Share this intel everywhere, stock up, pray warrior prayers. The fake media will black out, but truth explodes now. NCSIC. Nothing stops the total liberation. 2026, biblical victory, new golden age. Dawns. Hold the line, WWG1. Friday, December 26, 2025, Restored Republic via GCR, update as of December 26, 2025, Judy Byington Q on Friday, December 26, 2025. Banks locked in the new gold/asset-backed exchange rates of the global currency reset. The quantum financial system is now fully operational, ensuring secure transfers and preventing any interference from the old cabal banking structure. This pivotal step paves the way for the full revaluation launch and Tier 4B notifications expected in the coming days, leading to a public rollout by January 1, 2026. Payouts under NISARA/JASARA are poised to begin, bringing widespread debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. A massive wealth transfer from the elite to the people will activate, redistributing trillions in reclaimed funds. Redemption centers stand ready for higher contract rates, with structured payouts available for humanitarian projects. Trust in the divine plan as abundance flows to those who have endured. Phases of mass arrests worldwide. High-level deep state operatives are being apprehended in sealed operations, with evidence emerging of their involvement in decades of corruption and crimes against humanity. Sources indicate that the emergency broadcast system activation is imminent, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness to protect the public during this critical transition. Reports confirm ongoing rescues of innocent children from remaining underground facilities controlled by the cabal. Thousands more have been liberated in recent operations, bringing the total saved to millions over the years. These brave souls, long hidden from the light, are receiving care as the Alliance dismantles the final strongholds of evil. Military forces worldwide stand ready to enforce martial law where necessary during this period of revelation. The EBS will deliver direct communications from authorized leaders, outlining the scope of the takedowns and the path forward. Thursday, 25th of December 2025. The storm has arrived, mass arrests underway, emergency broadcast system activation imminent, 10 days of darkness begin. State tunnels. December 25, 2025, the Global Military Alliance continues its divine mission to dismantle the forces of darkness. Reports from trusted sources indicate that mass arrests of high-profile deep state operatives are accelerating worldwide, with sealed indictments being executed in coordinated operations. The long-awaited storm is upon us as brave warriors rescue innocent children from underground facilities where unspeakable evils have been hidden for far too long. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness that will expose the truth to the world. Faithful patriots are urged to remain steadfast in prayer, stocking essentials and trusting that this temporary shadow precedes the dawn of a restored republic under God's grace. Tier 4B exchange is expected to begin as early as Christmas Day, December 25, 2025. The quantum financial system has been fully activated, ensuring secure, asset-backed transactions that herald the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Payouts under NISR/JESAR protocols are set to commence imminently, bringing complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans, releasing humanity from centuries of financial bondage. This divine jubilee will restore abundance to the people, funded by Thursday, 1 January 1, the new gold-backed financial era will be fully operational for all, marking the end of fiat oppression and the dawn of prosperity under God's grace. Friday, December 26, 2025. Good things coming. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Good things are coming this July. The wait is over. Breaking update: half of the countries in the world have now joined the U.S. Quantum Financial System, QFS, and have signed NISR/JESAR into law. This is not a drill. This is global law. The financial reset is no longer underground. It is now the official legal framework for the majority of the planet. If your country is on the list, your debt is on the clock. If your country is not on the list, your currency is on death watch. Friday, December 26, 2025. Exposed: the real financial coup, the day the money printer was silently nationalized. In March 2020, while the world was distracted by lockdowns, stimulus checks, and daily fear cycles, a far more important event unfolded behind closed doors in Washington. It wasn't debated on TV. It wasn't voted on in public. But it permanently changed who controls money. The U.S. Treasury quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve. This was not symbolic. It was structural. Under emergency authority, the Treasury created a series of special-purpose vehicles to stabilize markets and inject liquidity. On paper, they looked like crisis tools. In reality, they rewired the system. The key detail most people missed: those vehicles were owned and controlled by the Treasury, not the Fed. The Federal Reserve could no longer act independently. It could not deploy liquidity without Treasury approval. For the first time in modern history, monetary power shifted from central bankers to the executive branch. That moment ended true central bank independence. From that point forward, monetary policy stopped being a neutral economic function and became a political and strategic instrument. Interest rates, bailouts, and liquidity access could now be managed according to national priorities, alliances, and leverage. The wall between economic planning and political power collapsed. This move also explains what followed. Digital finance infrastructure suddenly accelerated. Legal frameworks were stretched and delayed to buy time. Messaging standards were integrated globally. Tokenized debt pilots emerged. Gold, bonds, and digital assets began moving in coordination, not chaos. The system was no longer drifting. It was being redesigned. What the public thought was pandemic Relief was actually the rollout of a new financial operating system. For over a century, the Federal Reserve operated as an untouchable power center. It shaped inflation, interest rates, and global liquidity while remaining insulated from voters and direct accountability. That era ended quietly in 2020. The levers of monetary control shifted to state-level operators. The government no longer needed permission from the Fed. It became the Fed. This shift transformed money itself. Liquidity became programmable. Access became conditional. Settlement systems moved toward centralized oversight under national security logic. Finance stopped being purely economic and became strategic terrain. This is why the change happened without headlines. It was buried under crisis noise, health emergencies, and political theater. But those watching closely understood what it meant. Lawyers saw it. Economists flagged it. Infrastructure architects adjusted for it. The reset wasn't coming. It already happened. It happened legally, silently, and irreversibly the moment the Treasury pulled the Federal Reserve into its orbit and stripped it of what central bankers feared losing most: autonomy. What comes next is not the creation of a new system, but the public awakening to the one that has already been put in place. Thursday, December 25, 2025, major alert has been confirmed. Late last night, an international child and human trafficking network was torn apart in a joint alliance operation off the coast of Asia. The target was not a simple safe house, it was an underground train bunker built to move people silently across borders without ever touching the surface. Over 50 operators, handlers, and coordinators were taken down in a single strike. Among them were 2 individuals identified as the sons of a former American president. Their names are being held under military seal until the next phase of disclosure. The facility was equipped with communication lines that reached into Europe and private U.S. defense contractor networks. Data, drives, hardware, and live transmission feeds were seized. What was found inside will shake the entire government. Intel teams confirm that multiple tunnels and subrail systems connecting to this hub are now under alliance control. Extractions continued hours after the initial raid, including child survivors. WHO were being prepared for transport. This was not a small operation. This was a structural pillar of the global trafficking industry. And IT has been removed. Friday, December 26, 2025, timeline released by Trump team: 2200 hours, $150 billion Treasury transfer initiated 2215 hours, Federal Reserve systems disconnected from legacy grid 230 hours, QFS becomes primary settlement layer for all federal transactions. 2300 hours, legacy dollar declared transitional currency. Deadline, sunrise tomorrow. Friday, December 26, 2025, global currency reset is here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who have enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. Prime 25-year biology, paralyzed patriots standing tall after full spinal reconstruction using advanced plasma tech from our galactic allies. These miraculous devices are rolling out in priority grids, with replicator fleets overhead accelerating production. Age reversal, organ regeneration, DNA restoration, it's all real, and it's for we the people first. Nizara/Jazara is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. national debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened, and a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, the movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed. Prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. Voter fraud. Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a US-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate US elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this and the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of US law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion Serbian. It's onto the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers, Chinese technology at the heart of US elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. Friday, December 26, 2025. There is no QAnon, the truth they don't want you to know. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, awaken. On this Christmas Day, December 25, 2025, as the world distracts itself with holidays, the deep state cabal trembles because the Great Awakening is accelerating faster than ever. There is no such thing as QAnon, it's a complete fabrication by the corrupt mainstream media to smear, silence, and demonize truth seekers like you and me. Q himself declared it clearly in drop number 4881. There is no QAnon. There is only Q, a high-level military intelligence operation working directly with President Trump, and their ANNs, digital soldiers, independent researchers, patriots worldwide digging into the darkness that the elite have hidden for decades. This powerful documentary exposes it all. It dives deep into the origins on 4chan, that raw, anonymous battlefield where memes become weapons and truth spreads like wildfire. Remember the prophecy of Kek, how the ancient chaos god manifested through Pepe the Frog, channeling unstoppable energy that propelled Trump to victory in 2016 and is now fueling his triumphant return. The signs are everywhere. The globalists fear this power because it's divine, unstoppable, and waking millions. Watch how the fake news, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, relentlessly push the QAnon lie, painting us as dangerous extremists while they protect the real monsters, the satanic pedophile networks running Hollywood, Washington, and beyond. They flooded the airwaves with hit pieces, never once showing a single Q drop. Why? Because the drops reveal their crimes: child trafficking, election theft, bioweapons, the whole rotten cabal. But we see through it. Anons have been researching since 2017, connecting dots the sheep refuse to see. The storm is here now. In 2025, executions at Gitmo are ramping up, sealed indictments are unsealing, and the white hats are in full control. Trump never left, he's executing the plan from behind the scenes, and soon the world will witness mass arrests that will shock the planet. The media called us a conspiracy theory to censor us, ban us from platforms, and label us domestic threats. But we're not a cult or a movement with leaders, we're autonomous warriors for freedom, guided by Q's breadcrumbs straight from the highest levels. This isn't over. It's just beginning. The deep state's desperation is proof we're winning. They banned this truth on YouTube, forcing it to rumble. We're real patriots gather. Share this far and wide, red pill your friends, family, everyone. The normies are waking up in droves as the EBS approaches and Nizara/Jazara kicks in. Where we go one, we go all. Trust the plan. God wins. The best is yet to come. 2026 will be biblical.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have had a really great day. Get some nice presents and ate some good food over the last couple of days, which I have. It's been a good time. Spending time with family, friends, and enjoying a holiday, enjoying Christ Mass. So there's a lot of stories out there where, that's compromised, but we don't need to focus on that, do we? All right. So we know that the deep state, I can't put deep state in the title of YouTube videos, otherwise it won't be monetized. But if I say globalist, it's okay. But it's pretty much the same thing. Globalists, Luciferians, just throw those names around there and, they all stick at some point. But some people still are resistant to the truth. All right. So I predicted last year that I saw Christmas was going to be sad for many. And, I just assumed it was going to be sad for all of us. But we're pretty happy for the most part, I believe. We, the people, are we're looking pretty good. All right. There's some people probably sad, but, there's people sad during this time of year often. Unfortunately, we hope that those people don't, do the bad thing, which unfortunately during this time frame, a lot of people take their lives. Right. So why would you be so unhappy during this beautiful time frame? Because maybe during this time frame, sad things happen. Sad things are happening, I believe, very strongly for the deep state. I remember when I was a BUDS instructor, chief of the first phase and senior enlisted guy. So I had one guy who was telling me that, yeah, he was doing it late night movement where you just take the students around with their boats on their head and they go visit lots of different things, just to keep them moving for several hours, because they don't get to sleep, but maybe 2.5 hours for the whole week, and that's intermittent, like half an hour here, half an hour there, and that's it. All right, for the first 72 hours, there's no sleep whatsoever, and then they get a little sleep, and then they get up. I tell you, I would have just rather kept on going, because when you go to sleep for that half hour or whatever, and you try and get up, your body doesn't like it. All right. So it's better just keep moving. And so, we've seen a lot of that stuff. Some people have said, I want this, I want that, and I want America to be free from the deep state. And, there's things that have to happen for that to transpire. Same thing as it was for me becoming a Navy SEAL. There were things that had to happen, and some of them were difficult. I can tell you, very, very difficult. So I think that all of us are going through like a mini hell week, and we've been doing that for like 5 years, it seems like, at least. So maybe a little bit longer. So it is a very challenging time, but we're seeing results, right? We're seeing results in this war against the deep state, and we're not seeing a massive, civil war. That hasn't happened. I predicted that would happen, and it hasn't. I know it's been pushed, and a lot of people thought about it and talked about it. Has not happened, and so think about during this time frame, there's been a lot of frustration. There's been a lot of people that were like, what is going on? Why don't they go after the bad guys? We have everything on them. All these things have been going on for quite some time. So it's kind of like we're in a little bit of a war, right? And, kind of like that combat training that I went through as a Navy SEAL. And then later, I had the opportunity to come back and see what that was like. I was stunned. Having gone through it, I was like, oh, I'm Superman, because 90% of people don't make it through that training. So you kind of get a little egoic, but that gets cleaned out over time. You learn to be humble. So I came back as the chief of the phase, the senior enlisted position. So it's a lot of organization. There's lots of leadership. Making sure everything runs right. You see behind the scenes. You motivate the guys to do the training. You motivate the guys to lead the training. So there's all that. It was a great experience. But during that time frame, I had one of the guys that I work with. He was a chief too, and he was moving the students around all over Coronado Base, and it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So this particular time, we had a little general store on the military base, and they had Christmas trees, and so people could come in and buy. And he brings the students up, and the boats are like, whoop, and he has them face the Christmas trees, and he stops them there. They got the boat on their head. They're like all out of breath because they've been running. And he says, for some of you, take in the smell. For some of you, smelling those trees, it will be the smell of victory. And for some of you, it will be the smell of defeat. And then he had them right face and then blasted off again. So kind of planted that seed, right? Planted that seed. Fortunately, when he did that, that was about the time frame where no one's going to quit, right? But he was basically showing them that because you have persevered through extreme circumstances, every time you see the Christmas tree and you smell the Christmas tree or whatever, it's going to be victory for you, right? I think that we're going to look at this Christmas as victory for humanity, we the people, right? Now, who's been leading that charge? Who was selected to lead this charge, right? So we know that there's a selection process that usually happens to the Democrat side, which they put people in power that really don't deserve to be there whatsoever. And in fact, they're very, very evil people in some cases. You look at Gavin Newsom, who I've called the vampire. When I look at him and I send him love, I see that he's a vampire, right? He's very demonic. So we'll see Gavin Newsom go away soon, right? Because I've been working on him, and every time I work on somebody, they go away, right? So I've said that I'm not going to disclose a lot of the people that I am working on, but I will disclose that I'm working on Gavin Newsom, and you can too. You can send him love, and maybe that'll help speed up the process. This is a we the people type, world that we're moving into. All right, so President Trump, you see I'm wearing the Mogador jacket, right, where he's fighting the bull. Now, I did a little research because I'm sometimes inspired to do that by God source. And so I looked up, this connection with the bull. that seems to be something that's happening right now. Now, if you look at the guy that's the governor of Colorado, and Tina Peters, the restricting Tina Peters should never even have gone to trial, let alone been put in jail. All right, so this is a deep state activity. All right, so I guess the guy that is the governor, his sign or whatever when he was born is Taurus, which is the bull, right? And so that's very interesting because Trump is fighting the bull, right? In a lot of cases. Now let's look at the GenMax site. And at the GenMax site, that's where President Trump, I guess he came across somebody was wearing the jacket, and he's like, "Oh, I like that coat. I feel like a matador." All right, where did you buy this? This is great. All right, so right here, he ends up signing it. He signed it, Donald Trump, for that, but that particular one, not this one, I guess, but this is the one I'm wearing right now. It's interesting because my wife Tracy, she comes from a line from New Mexico, and their coat of arms is the bull. And she's always had this thing about matadors, and her they've had ranches where they had cows and bulls and so forth in her family. So it's very interesting, the different tie-ins we see in our lives, and the things that we focus on, we attract, right? I wanted to be a Navy SEAL, so I grew up. As I was growing up, I worked out. I'm thinking I'm going to be a Navy SEAL because I'm swimming like crazy. I'm doing the things I think a Navy SEAL does, and then I go through the training. And the training is brutal, right? Careful what you wish for, right? So we're all wishing for the deep state to be taken down, right? It's very challenging, as many of us are seeing, right? And there's lots of different things that are happening and will continue to happen along the way. Now, let's look at President Trump's mom. And, she is from Scottish origin. And her last name is MacLeod, M-A-C, I better spell it, L-E-O-D, MacLeod. I'm going to say that. I have my number one DNA is Scottish. So doesn't mean that I can pronounce Scottish names, but that's kind of the way, it works. So that's really beautiful. Now, when he did his first, when he was read in for his, inauguration, his first one, he used his mom's Bible. All right, very, very beautiful. All right. So, what is the coat of arms for the MacLeod family? What would you think is probably on that coat of arms? Anybody? Anybody? It's the bull. All right. Hold fast. And you see there's the bull. Interesting, right? A bull's head, cabossed, sable, horned, or between two flag gills. And here's the very, of course, he's got the lions and the castles and the helmet of a knight. Hold fast, and there's the bull. Amazing. Now, did Juan and Jen Mack know anything about that? Or did they just do it, right? Did they just were they inspired by that? It's interesting, right? It would be kind of fun to ask Juan about that. Of course, they have the jackets, and they have the blankets, which I'm sitting on. I got to get out of the way. You got upside down. All right. So it's a very cozy, warm blanket. All right. So the bull, strong like the bull. And, being a Magador, MAGA, make America great again. I'm Scottish, and it's McLeod. That's who you are. All right, it's not McLeod for Trump. It's, as you saw, it's and maybe that's the way it's pronounced, McLeod. I don't know. So, and maybe that's what you're trying to tell me, dude. It's McLeod, right? So maybe. All right, McLeod or McLeod. All right. So it looks like McLeod, but maybe McLeod. So either way, President Trump is really doing a good job, I think. Now let's go into how some of this is going to transpire. All right, so we know that silver prices have really taken off, and I think this is one of the ways the deep state is being taken down, guys, because we're going to go back to kind of like what President Kennedy. Remember that connection with President Kennedy and Donald Trump, or at least with John F. Kennedy Jr. They were both buds and they used to hang out together. I'll show you some pictures here pretty soon. But Trump, when he designed Air Force One, which is basically his plane, he used John F. Kennedy Jr.'s colors for the plane that he went, supposedly, he did not, I believe, go down in. I think they had it rigged so that there was some bodies on there. And the Navy divers, I even know a guy that said he knew a guy, because I used to be a Navy diver, and he said he knows a guy that did the recovery, and they did get the bodies. Well, they got some bodies, because bodies, when they're in the water for a period of time, short period of time even, they swell up and they're kind of indistinguishable, right? So, and then they very quickly took those bodies and cremated them. And then they went out on a Navy ship. So these are civilians being taken out on a Navy ship with the family, and they're, dispersing the ashes in the water near where the plane went down, because the ship, I think it was a destroyer, was anchored there. Interesting, because JFK was in the Navy. He was a Navy captain, was injured in the Navy during World War II. So, and he's the one that created the SEAL teams. How about that? Right? Such a strange world we live in, right? So all of the connections, all of the things that come around. So let's listen to what Asian guy, remember that Asian guy, AG, remember that, right? That, because that is for silver, it's AG. So Asian guy has been talking quite a bit about, what's going on with silver. So I highly recommend Currency Archive. And subscribe to that, and you'll be up to date on what's happening with silver and what is happening with the takedown of the deep state economic control system.
Asian guy here. I want you to look at the number I'm about to put on the screen. $80.53. This is not a typo. This is not a clickbait thumbnail. This is the real verified price of physical silver in Shanghai right now. Specifically, this is the settlement price for the Shanghai Futures Exchange SHFE front month contract. AG 2601, which closed at 18,145 yuan per kilogram before their holiday break. I will link the source in the description if I remember. Now, let's look at the price on your broker's app here in the US, $71.80. Do you see the problem? That is a difference of $9.27.
So that's what it closed out at on the manipulated price, because they were basically pulling margin calls. This is how they, in the past, that they have driven the price of silver down. When the Hunt brothers back in the 70s drove the price up, And then again in 2008, where the silver price spiked, they went into the futures contracts and so forth, and they did margin calls on people, and it made them have to liquidate, and that drove the price back down very quickly for both of them, right? So now they're trying to do that, tried to do that several times now. They've driven the price down, but it's bounded back up, and it's gone higher every single time. So this is destroying the deep state's manipulation, because they have to manipulate silver because it is real money, and they run off of fiat, fake, lie money, and manipulate us with that money. All right, so this is the collapse of the deep state monetary system. And without that monetary system and their banksters and their fiat currency and their Federal Reserve, which is no more federal than Federal Express, and their offshore in a place where they don't have to pay taxes. God, what I can think of the name? Island versus whatever island. So, God, so I can't remember everything, I guess, but I try. If it's not written down in front of me, sometimes I can't remember. So, anyway, Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is where they're headquartered, as well as IRS, which is their basically their bankster, mafia arm, which goes out and makes people give up money, right? If they refuse to pay taxes, all right? So this is something, both of them should not be there. Both of them have been manipulated into our economic system. Both of them are soon to go away. President Trump has talked about that. He's talked about doing away with the IRS, talked about doing away with the taxes. So it's coming. It's coming. It's coming next year, I believe, and very shortly. So $80. So that big gap. So he's going to talk a little bit about that big gap. And I said that I felt that there was going to be a $75 to $85 before the end of the year. And I said this a long time ago. And everybody's like, you're crazy. This is before it was $50 an ounce. And then it went to $50, and it pulled back, and everybody's crying because we said, buy it now. And so $50 sounds like cheap right now, doesn't it? Because it's getting ready to go to 80. That's the next stop.
Cents per ounce. In the professional trading world, we don't call this a spread. We call this a broken market. I know the skeptics are watching. I know the trolls are typing, Asian guy, you're making up numbers. So let's do the math together. Get your calculator out. I'm using the official settlement data from SHFE and the current USD $0.92 per kilogram. Step 3, convert kilograms to troy ounces. Remember, silver is measured in troy ounces, not standard, not 35. There are 32.15 ounces in a kilo. Step 4, $2,589.92 divided by 32.15 equals $80.55 per ounce. The math is undeniable. The largest manufacturing economy on Earth, the country that actually uses silver to build solar panels and EVs, is valuing the metal at $80. Meanwhile, the paper market in New York, where bankers trade digital promises, is pretending the price is $71. Now, why is this terrifying for the banks? Because in a normal, healthy market, this spread shouldn't exist. If silver is $9 cheaper in New York, every bank, hedge fund, and algorithm on the planet should be buying in New York, flying the metal to Shanghai, and selling it for a risk-free $9 profit. This is called arbitrage. It is the force of gravity that keeps global prices together.
All right. So this is about to end, this arbitrage, completely. So what we've been seeing is China has, because it's one of the largest producers of silver. Mexico, I think, is number 2, and I think Russia is number 3. Isn't that interesting? BRICS, right? So if we continue to see this big gap, we're going to see a lot of these banks with their short positions have to buy a lot of silver, which we've already seen that JP Morgan Chase, which is pretty much the Federal Reserve that started all this manipulation and took away Tesla's technologies and all kind of crazy stuff. But anyway, it is probably the one that is going to get hammered the most because of their massive manipulation and the silver pricing and so forth. So they have to buy that silver because they have these contracts that expire in, I think it's January 15th or 16th, somewhere around in there. We will probably see the price of silver skyrocket up to that point by over $100 easily, right? So it is not too late to buy silver. In fact, I see silver at over $500 next year and over $1,000 the year after. So it is something that is coming. It is absolutely not too early. I mean, we're looking at next year, we can see probably 10 times what silver is right now. All right, so let's look at a little bit more of this. All right, so China is going to freeze all exports of silver from their country on January 1st. So saving New York, COMEX, and London is not going to happen anymore. So they're going to have to scramble for this physical silver, guys. And eventually what that's going to lead to is the silver miners are going to take off as well, because there's a price point where the very rich that could put a lot of money into mining are going to see some prices, they're going to see the way that things are going, and they're going to be like, all right, let's start mining. And I think America has the most silver of it anywhere in the world, and gold. And and they've been holding back on that, I think, for maybe just such a time as this. So we'll see, I believe, the miners, like I've talked about, miners, SIL and SIL J, which is basically junior silver miners. They haven't kept up with silver. And I think there's a hesitation because, in the past, the banksters have come in and hammered the price of silver down. So they don't want to start to invest a lot into mining silver if it's going to get knocked out. So once they see that it's not going to get knocked out, in fact, it's going to go much, much higher, they're going to move in and start to mine this stuff, guys. And this is a silver war that we're in. All right. So once America goes back to the silver standard, which I promise you, President Trump is moving us in that direction, it completely takes away the banksters and the fraudulent system that has been controlling America for well over 100 years now, right? So incredible times. It's a time to be the happiest ever that we could be, while the banksters and the deep state are crying. It's a very sad Christmas, like I predicted, but it wasn't for us. I didn't know. I was like, at the time I was like, I don't understand what it is going to cause this, or who's going to be affected. Now we see it's the banksters and the deep state. They're getting taken down all over the world. It's magnificent. It's absolutely, unbelievably magnificent. All right. So let's look at some other anomalies. I like these things, and I like to share them when I see them. So here is the properties and data of the isotope 107-1. And it was Juan and Jin Mack that made this Magador jacket. All right. And it ties to the Trump McLeod, I guess. All right. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right now. Thanks for, the chat. Sometimes we get some good information come through. I appreciate it. So the McLeods, and it's phenomenal. Look at that. 107 silver, AG, Asian guy. And what's that number protons? What's President Trump number president? 47. Oh my God. Ho, ho, ho. Right? So, okay. I love it when, the universe speaks to us like this. Right? It's very pleasing to me. All right. U.S. now, I know a lot of you have talked about this, and money and all this kind of stuff. And what's interesting is this shows up. I was looking at the debt clock today, and look at that. The Great Jubilee, wealth transfer. How about that? All right. And so what we're seeing also is the price of silver is going up. And I believe that, like I said, silver will be over $1,000. Look at that dollar to silver ratio, 1,166 per ounce. In my mind, I see it around 1,200 the year after next. So that's kind of close, right? So maybe it will be 1,200. Maybe it'll be more than 1,200. But that's what I see going forward. We'll see, like I said, 100 to 150 in the January, the 2 weeks in the January period, right? So it's moving very rapidly in that direction. So that means if we get 80 or 85, which is my high number for the end of the year, then that means that, maybe it only has to go $20 in a couple of weeks. So I've said that I've seen also $5, where it goes up $5 at a time. $5 at a time. That's what stuck in my mind. $5 at a time. So they have this thing where they freeze trading so that people can catch up and clear because things are getting too hot in the stock market and the COMEX. So imagine, because at $5 they would freeze, and then they freeze it for a few minutes or whatever, and then you turn it back on and it goes up another $5 and they freeze it again. And so maybe that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. So we're going to see $5 a day silver at least coming up. And we may see $5 multiple times in one day when their trading algorithms basically stop trading once silver pops $5. So they freeze trading for a few minutes and then start it again. And then it's just people keep piling in, right? Because the banksters, when they have to, this is what's going to happen with the banksters, guys. They're going to have to cover those shorts. And their shorts are probably very full right now, right? Shutting themselves. So they're going to have to cover those shorts and short positions in silver where they tried to, with paper, non-assets, tried to push down and have been very successful for a long time, push down the price of silver, manipulated it, all right? So price discovery on silver is coming, and it's going to be quite troubling for the banks because they have to provide actual assets. Like I'm saying, there's contracts that are coming due in January 15th or 16th. So I think that's the date. And if someone comes, if they come in and say, I want the physical silver, they're going to provide it. And that's why they're struggling right now to buy physical silver. So if their contracts have it, priced down to 30, 40, 50, whatever, and it goes to like 100, 115, and then they have to provide the physical silver they had to buy over the last, several months, I guess, maybe, because they're saying that this is getting out of hand. We better have some physical just in case the worst case scenario happens. Now, if they can't meet that demand, then I guess they'll have to pay it back over time, but then they won't be able to trade anymore. So they'll lose a lot of other, credibility. They'll lose probably, they have to sell off assets and so forth. They have to close down more banks. They've already closed down a lot of banks. So this is something that could be catastrophic for banks, and I think it's going to be. All right. So very happy, very Merry Christmas for those of us that are watching this transpire. All right. So right now, I'm looking at the price here. Let me pull up futures for silver. So it's trying to play catch up right now, guys. So here is the current price, and it is bouncing like crazy. Now remember, it started out at 71 something. It says right here, it says it opened at 72, and it's been as high as 74.38. it's going to keep going up, guys. So you're going to see this thing bounce like crazy, and all the way up till it opens tomorrow. So this is future trading. So tomorrow, when it finally opens for trading for everybody else, this thing could be very, very high. It could be approaching $80, and it could actually go to $80. Now, as you see right now, it's $243. Now, I said a year or so ago, maybe even longer, that we would start to see $1, $2, and $3 days. All right, we've already seen a $3 day. Now look at that. It's almost a $3 day before the day even starts. All right, so it's going to open at up $3. Who knows? Maybe it'll be that 5, and it'll trigger the stop trading signal. So we'll see how that works out going forward. But there's a huge gap right now between reality and their little paper world, right? So they're going to get slam jammed. And so you're going to, check back on that. Go to Market Watch and go to futures, scroll down to silver, click on it, and you're going to see, how much it's going. It's up already from the open. It's up a couple bucks. It's up already at the open. It's up because it closed at 71.40 or 71.20. So it popped open, gapped open right away. And now it's continuing to go up. So this is very, very good news for all of us, especially for those of us that are into silver or other precious metals. Now, I've been saying for quite some time, like beginning, actually before this year started, I said, I'm getting out of all of my Bitcoin. And so I didn't have Bitcoin. I had Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was 17,000, and I sold it when it was 30, and I started moving into silver back then because silver was like 17. So I sold my $17,000 Bitcoins for $30,000, and I've been doing this for a long time, playing with crypto, speculating in crypto. Now I think we're in a crypto winter already. Maybe it will go back up a little bit more. Maybe it'll go back up to its high. Maybe it will push a little bit beyond its high. I said that's a possibility, but I don't see Bitcoin going much higher. In fact, this could be, like I said, crypto winter, and it could be already in the process of going down. Now, where do I see it going down to? I think it's going to go down to around 49-ish at its low. I'll probably start to add. I'm saying this now, but I could change. But I think I'm going to start to add Bitcoin positions at 49. Now, starting to add it at 49 doesn't mean it's going to go up to all-time highs, which I think will be well in the 300,000 range. But it will be, a lot of people are like, I'm not touching it. And I'll be like, yes, that's good, because that fear creates the downward slope that we see with Bitcoin over the cycles, right? So you just watch the cycles. Can it go lower? It can. If it goes lower, that's just more buying opportunity, I think. But we have to look at the overall economy as well. So I think that President Trump does have some kind of idea for crypto, but it's not going to be something that materializes in next year, I don't think. I think it's going to be the following year when Bitcoin finally gets the nod. So during that time frame, it's going to just slowly deteriorate, which it normally does. It goes through like a 2-year period from its all-time high, and then comes back. So right now, it's down another 900. So that puts it at year to date. It's down almost 7%. Down 7%. Not like everybody thinks it goes up forever. You get your money into Bitcoin, and you're going to be rich. You're going to be rich. All right. So not so much this year. Now, another one that I was looking at, let's see if I got it. I'm going to have to pull it up. So anyway, I know what it is. So silver's up at this point over 150%. So you have Bitcoin down 7% year to date. And year to date, silver is up 150%. So my movement, you might think, oh, you got out at 30,000 and went up to 125. Yeah, but all my other silver, and I also went big, took that money, went big into XRP, and my XRP position quintupled. And then I got out of that, started putting it in silver. So my silver position is staggering. It's staggering right now. All right, so I'm very happy with it, and I hope you guys have been listening. I'm not a financial expert, but I do bring on a financial expert, which is Kurt Elliott, and we agree on all of this stuff. So, and we talk about this stuff in detail. Now, he will not be here tomorrow. I will go into detail on some of this and get graphs and all kind of stuff. But he will be in on Monday. So we'll do a show on Monday, and he's going to give a long-term scope of what he sees coming. All right, so that should be a good show to see as well for investment purposes. Now, a lot of you, there are many of us that are multimillionaires now in silver. There's some of you that have really been listening and have been loading up on silver. Now, whatever silver you have, if you have, let's say 1,000 ounces of silver, and in 2 years from now, it goes to, like I predict, $1,200 silver, you're a millionaire, right? What did you buy your 1,000 ounce at? Would you buy 1,000 ounce right now? You should, if you don't have it. And if you can afford it, you should put your money into it now, guys. I'm buying more. I'm gonna load up some more, and I'm gonna go into the miners, because I think the miners could outpace the actual physical product. Now, you should be in physical because it's and you should have physical on you. And if you have a lot of physical, you should have it in a depository that's well-renowned, well-respected, long-term, like Dr. Kirk Elliott, KEMP. And of course, they give you free consultation. If you're still undecided and still don't know what to do with your retirement or the money that you have in stocks and bonds or whatever, you should, I've been saying for a long time, you should have at least 0.25% of that, because if the stock market crashes and housing crashes 90%, then at least you have something left. All right. So it's gonna get crazy out there. But of course, we will have a Jubilee, but the Jubilee will be based initially in those people that have moved in probably into the silver and precious metals. And then we'll see maybe some other particular stocks and so forth will take off, and while others will collapse. We'll see. So XCI Director John Brennan wants favored Trump judge kept away from Justice Department inquiry. Of course he does, because he knows he's guilty of pushing the Russia hoax, where they tried to get Donald Trump out of office, and John Brennan was involved in that. He was also involved in the Hunter Biden laptop, saying no, he and like 52 other high-ranking intelligence type people were like, no, that's Russian disinfo. And even Hunter Biden was on a show just recently, and he's with Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan, what the F? You have Hunter Biden on your show? That's like a sacrilege, dude. But I guess you're just like, you're a slut for views, I guess. I don't know what's going on with you, dude. But anyway, Hunter Biden was on his show, and I was like, what is going on? So Hunter Biden, he's saying that the laptop was just a big hoax, right? He's going to lie and lie and lie. Did they let him out of Guantanamo to go on Sean Ryan's show? I don't know what's going on there, but so whatever, whoever that is, it's very interesting. There's a lot of people out there, guys, that are, with the, Charlie Kirk and that program. What is it? What's the Charlie Kirk program that they had? Turning Point USA. Right. Yeah, they have some very good stuff, but then they have some very interestingly corrupt looking kind of stuff too. So I'd be very cautious on the Turning Point stuff. I don't know who's involved in that because there's all kind of different groups out there that some of them have good intentions. Some of them are like, we're just going to like manipulate to bring about good. And I'm like, that's not cool. That's like the deep state trying to do good. No, stop. Right. So I don't know what's going to happen with that Turning Point stuff. Charlie Kirk assassination, of course, is complete bullshit. Right. But there are positive aspects to some of these things, guys. So maybe it's trying to get people to move in a certain direction, hijacking a real assassination plan that was coming down. I think that's very possible. But, you know, overall, I'm very, very, very suspect on that. And now I hear other people that have plans to expose stuff, and they have people that they're going to bring on their team that I've already pointed out are very suspect people, all right, general level. And you bring them in, and you may be compromising what you're trying to do. And I hope that gets out there, all right? So they can make their own assessment of who I'm talking about, and many of you can too. So anyway, lawyers of former CIA Director John Brennan want the Justice Department to be prevented from steering an investigation of him and other former government officials to a favored judge. Favored? You mean a fair judge that's not corrupted by the deep state that will give you guys a pass? Yeah, that's what you want. Not going to happen there, little communist boy, right, that ran the CIA. It's very suspect. I was in the CIA when he was there, and it was very suspect guy. So, of course, the CIA's got some suspect stuff going on. Probably should be shut down and restarted, but along with FBI. But I don't know. Maybe they can salvage it, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, right? There's a lot of corruption there, and a lot of people they'll just go silent. They'll just go silent for 20 years and then come back and F everything up again, right? So I'm very suspect of, keeping that thing alive. All right. Brennan's lawyers say in their letter that they are concerned the Justice Department is engaging in judge shopping like you're trying to do. So they're going to appoint a fair judge, and you're going to say, no, we don't want that judge because it's gone against stuff that the deep state wanted to happen. And she stopped it out. So they were trying to do some stuff, take Trump completely out. And she's like, no, that's bullshit. Give me proof. And they can provide it, so it stopped. So we'll see a lot of this stuff, be exposed. And it's happening at a very quick, very fast pace now. So it says, in short, we are seeking assurance that any litigation or any litigation, not just litigation, any litigation. So they don't want to be held accountable for anything they've done. That any litigation arising out of this grand jury proceeding will be heard by a judge. So we've already seen that Brennan has leaked to the New York Times. And President Trump has said that, he was very strong words against the New York Times, said it should be them and CBS and CNN and NBC. Maybe he should just shut them down. I agree, because they're deep state actors. All they do is 100% deep state, promo and disinformation. They probably should be shut down, right? But then everybody's going to cry that it's, free speech. No, it's free speech for criminals. If they've proven themselves over and over again to be criminal activities, they should be shut down. And I think there's a possibility that could be coming, or their business models are taken over. So here it is right here. So you're going to see a lot from this judge, going forward. I think it's really good. So let's keep our fingers crossed and say some prayers that this goes down in the right direction and doesn't get compromised some way, some fashion. So corrupt deep state operative John Brennan is frightened of having a fair judge in his case in Florida. He is terrified of Judge Cannon. All right, she's going to do a broadside on John Brennan. Cannons, full guns, all guns, broadside. Then we're going to swing around and do another broadside with the other guns. All right, so John Brennan is aware that there is a strong likelihood that Judge Cannon, who dismissed the false indictment against President Trump related to the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid. So CIA, FBI, corrupt guys. They're not maybe as corrupt right now because President Trump appointed some good, fair people in those positions and high positions. But like I said, don't think that there's like moles deep in those systems, guys. So she ruled fairly on that. She showed her impartiality and courage to go up against the deep state. So in March of 2026, Cannon told corrupt Jack Smith, 2024, sorry, corrupt Jack Smith to provide documents he claimed were classified to the jury or to drop the Mar-a-Lago raid case. So, of course, the case was dropped, right? So it's like common sense, guys. You and I could probably go in and be a judge, right? Because we have common sense. We look at the facts and we're not manipulated by deep state actors that are saying that you have to make this go this way and you have to be creative in that regard and we'll help you out and monetarily. So it's a corrupt system. And fortunately, we do have an uncorruptible there. All right. So looking at this picture, I want you to notice the colors of this aircraft. Look at that, red, dark blue, and white, right? So this is John F. Kennedy Jr.'s aircraft that crashed, right? So remember those colors. Remember those colors. Yes, I like to reveal. I like to reveal little things like this because I think it's very important that people see, where this is going. And President Trump, I believe, is coming in, just like I said, just like JFK did, and bringing in silver-backed certificates, monetary instruments that are backed by silver. And I think this will translate all around the world. Silver is now, for a long time, I think since 72, 73, somewhere around in there, was recognized as an industrial metal. And now, once again, it has been reclassified as a very highly sought after, desirable metal, I guess, here in the United States, and also as an instrument of commerce, right? So it can actually be used as an instrument of commerce once again. And there's sovereign wealth funds that are starting to accumulate silver. Once again, that also puts price pressure, upward price pressure on the silver prices going forward as well. So devastating details of JFK Jr.'s ultra-secret burial at sea. So you just have to do a little research to start to put all this together. All right. So remember I said that, my buddy, I used to be a hardhead diver. So he was basically telling me that he had friends that actually went in and found the bodies. And I'm saying that those bodies were bloated and weren't their bodies. Probably some people that they put them in there. All right. Heart-wrenching new details about JFK's burial at sea have been revealed for the very first time, 25 years after the former president's son was laid to rest alongside his wife, Carolyn, during the incredibly secretive ceremony. So this just came out last year. This information came out just last year. All right. So let's scroll through this. There's dad and son together, JFK Jr. and his wife, Caroline. another power couple right there. They were going to go. They would have gone all the way, and who knows? Maybe they still will. Right. So here he is with his sister Caroline, and his sister Caroline wept profusely. It was not an act. I think she really thought that he was gone, and they need that to happen, guys. They need that to happen. So it's a cover for when these guys go to Valhalla, all right, wherever they went. All right, so then when it came time to put ashes in the water, says Black, I first led the sets down. They went down to the water, and next he led John, grief-stricken sister Caroline down the steps to the vessel. He says she touched the urn as if to signal that she wasn't ready to let go of her brother so quickly. So I calmed her, and we went down, and so it did happen. Now here's the funeral was a star-studded affair, including Muhammad Ali, Maria Shriver, and then husband Arnold Schwarzenegger attended the funeral. And this was the land-based funeral, and then they had one at sea. So Senator Ted Kennedy was there back when he was alive. All right, and there was some very, as we've learned, very troubling things that he was involved in, unfortunately. So not all the Kennedys were uncorruptible, obviously. The flag is raised to half-mast aboard the Navy destroyer USS Briscoe. All right, so it goes on to say that this was very unusual, but somehow they bring in Clinton. Clinton said, let them use the Navy to do it. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Right, so a mysterious plane crash because he's a very skilled pilot, but it goes down, right? It just goes down, just goes down. And if it was going down, he could have like skidded it and they could have bailed out. Now remember those colors. Remember the colors of that, right? Now let's look at some other images. Now, like I said, President Trump and John were buds, and here's a lot of pictures with them together. Right, hanging out, black tie, and here he is with RFK Jr. So now RFK Jr. was doing a show one time, and somebody in the chat said, if JFK Jr. is still alive, touch your nose. And he went with a big smile on his face. So now Juan has told people, not me personally, I haven't asked him personally, but Juan has told other people that I've known in the past, unfortunately they're no longer with us, but he's told them that he is alive, right? So Juan has said that, and you guys know Juan he's usually on up and up and all this stuff. So again, when will he come out? Because some of these guys and gals come out, and we see them occasionally. There's been sightings of Princess Diana, who said that all of the royals were a bunch of lizards. Remember that, right? So I'm telling you guys, we got the hybrid, lizards still here, right? The Big Daddy lizards, the lizards that were full lizards, they're not here anymore. So this is a good thing that the positive ETs have done for us, and they've given us a window of taking down this deep state, which is coming. The deep state is basically, I believe, the Draco reptilian offspring and so forth. The Bush family, Clintons, all Rothschilds, on and on and on. Rockefellers, all lizards, all of them lizards, guys. All right, so this will become, I think, more common next year. All right, I think this really starts to come out, disclosure on a lot of different things. So it'll be quite interesting. Now, let's look at those. Let's look at those colors. All right, Air Force One. Now, remember those colors: the red, the I guess black, dark brown, dark blue, whatever, and the white. That's what JFK Jr. had on his aircraft, right? So this is a model of President Donald Trump's proposed redesign of Air Force One on display in the Oval Office of the White House in October 2019. So things changed a little bit. So this is what they presented to the world as the colors. And now this is what it's going to be. Now, why would he change the colors? Why would he change the colors? Because this is JFK's colors. All right, so at first he honored the son, his friend. These are the colors we're choosing. He presented that to the world. So you know that President Trump is a guy that misdirects and redirects and does that basically in the face of the deep state. So when President Biden came in over the last 4 years, I think he threw somewhat of a wrench into this, and Boeing was having some problems and blah, blah, blah. But now we're going to see these are the colors, guys, right? And that's JFK's colors for his craft, for Air Force One, right? Now this one, it says this November 2013 photo shows special air mission, President JFK Kennedy's JFK Air Force One on display at the National Museum, the United States Air Force, and the Presidential Gallery in Dayton, Ohio. So that's where you can actually physically see that, and see how it has this nice blue sky and blue watercolor. Same. All right. So President Trump is moving us back to the ideals of those Kennedys, right? So George, you're saying silver mining is relatively difficult. Yeah, because a lot of the silver that we get is from mining other like copper and gold. I think maybe not gold, but other metals that are needed. And it's almost like a byproduct that comes off of the mining those. So going specifically at and after silver is a little bit more expensive. And that's what we're going to see pretty soon. That they're going to get the signal, the miners and the people that would back the miners. Heck, I'll throw down some money in that. If I can find a good mining group. So I'd get involved. I like going to mine, maybe help them like do demo in the mine. I'm a demo guy. So it's going to be, it's war, guys. It's a civil war, not civil, but silver war. All right. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. The silver, of course, is going to be against the deep state. It's going to destroy the deep state. All right. So remember that movie, The Wizard of Oz, where they say, follow the yellow brick road. So they're trying to like mind control us. All right. Our signal, actually those books, there were like 12 books, I think. The guy that did the Oz series, and he was basically revealing in those books. And he was revealing that they were manipulating the silver price all the way back then, the turn of the century and before the turn of the century. And then of course, Hollywood got those works. Did he get any, did they like give him like, that's what they do. I've had all these people on my show, The Matrix, and Saving Private Benjamin. My work has been, hammered. So that's what they do. They steal the work if they can. If they can't, they hammer it some way. And that's what they did with The Wizard of Oz. So they basically stole the work and then they manipulated it, just like they did The Matrix, right? So this is something. The deep state is not creative. They don't have that creative spark from God. They're not part of God, although they'll lie and say they are. And but in behind the scenes, they're Luciferians. We know that, right? So So let's look at another little thing that's going on. And this is another reveal for you. So I built up the reveal. So you see something like this. And so this is basically hammering President Trump because he put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center. And so you have all these Christmas Eve jazz concert canceled over Trump name on building. So what is he doing? He's saying that he's going to bring back what the Kennedy dream was. All right. Taking down the Federal Reserve and putting us on silver. Wow. And of course, they're blowing this up into be something, of course, because they're, the mainstream media, deep state actors, puppets for the deep state. And some of them are brainwashing and believing all this bullshit too. So that's what we're starting to see. So here's another reveal for you that we're moving in the right direction. So Christmas Eve jazz concert held annually for 2 decades at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in Washington, D.C., was canceled by its host this year in protest of the addition of Donald Trump's name to the Washington, D.C. building. They go on to talk about how, Biden basically, took all the Confederate names, Fort Bragg, changed all the, changed all the names, the Confederate generals where all these, Army forts were. He did it. He took names off and put new names on. So, this is something that, the presidents could do. Of course, Biden did it, and everybody's like, oh, that's brilliant, because they're trying to destroy our history. And if they destroy our history, and then they come after us and destroy America, they've destroyed our history. They come in with, transgenderism like crazy, all the woke stuff. It just basically they were destroying our fabric of life and the beauty of America, right? United States of America, and we the people. They have been coming after us. In the last 4 years, they were very, very effective and had a lot of people involved in that. So it is, it's being turned around. It's being turned around very rapidly, very effectively. All right, so let's look at another touchy subject, and that is the Muslims. So Muslims, I've been in the Middle East, and Muslims do not work with other cultures. It's Muslim or get the F out, right? So I've seen it, and it's a slow squeeze, and Muslims overproduce people. All right. So they overwhelm populations that invite them in, like America has invited them in. But I promise you, I know that their intent is to take over America, and the deep state, destroying America. And then they bring in this other culture that basically, votes us out of existence, and votes for the Democrat Party, and, our freedoms, everything are gone in America. And eventually they squeeze us. I've seen all over the world, guys. Right. So this is an example. I've been to Lebanon. I was there over 10 years ago, and I saw this transpiring. I've said this, and I'll say it again. Lebanon, one of the most beautiful countries in the world, all in the hills of Lebanon, and their old cathedrals. We're talking 7,000-8,000-year-old cathedrals all over Lebanon. They had Christmas, the Christians, Christmas caroling everywhere. Absolutely the most beautiful I have ever seen anywhere on earth. And that has been completely compromised, as you guys will see right now.
Lebanon was so multi-faith and multicultural. So we had Druze, Muslims, Christians, Protestants. Because of the way Muslims multiplied, in 30 years, they became the majority. Once they became the majority, they were no longer tolerant of the people who took them in and accepted them and included them in the country. They began massacring us in large numbers.
Europe, North America. Are you guys listening?
Yeah, you listening? Right. So you can discount what I say. You know, I only spent like 30 years of my life over there. You know, there's good Muslims, obviously. And those are usually people that really have broken free and have their own ideals and, you know, practice their faith on their own. So the ones that are unfortunately, you know, go to the mosque on Friday and they get their download of manipulative thought, and usually it would come out of those mosques on Friday, and that's when they started to attack us, usually everywhere that I went, everywhere, right, throughout the Middle East. So that's what's coming for America. It's a slow squeeze. They come in, and like she was saying, they over multiply. Eventually, they take over. And once they're at their place, and they've started to threaten this already. Up in Somaliland and Minnesota, they have basically started to talk like this, right? Where they're going to take over, and they're going to, right? So I say, you know, ship them out as fast as you can before we have to like duke it out with them, right? So that's I believe something we'll have to figure out. Now, another thing we're going to have to figure out, like I've been saying, and I've said it for a long time, but I said that maybe it's not going to be that bad, but that bad, right? That means not as many cities, and maybe these cities will be, you know, not completely and totally destroyed, but they will be bastions of where the deep staters, Democrats, pretty much go to, you know, hold out for their last straw, and then their minions that have been compromised, consciously compromised, as I like to say, they're going to fight. And so you see Atlanta, Georgia. They said Philadelphia, PA twice, but that's Atlanta, Georgia. I've said these names. I don't know about Detroit. Detroit's over here. But Chicago, yes, I would say. Boston, very strong possibility. Minneapolis, of course. New York, yes. Washington, D.C., maybe not now that Trump has gotten the National Guard in there. And he has the mayor there that is working with him. This is a massive turnaround. And you see down here, New Orleans. New Orleans, I would have said yes 6-7 months ago or so. But the mayor and the governor of New York of the state, now we have a Louisiana Republican, and the mayor of New Orleans, who's a Democrat, wants National Guard to come in and help her clean up her city. So wherever we see that, we see Los Angeles resisting that, of course. So Los Angeles will probably be mostly destroyed. Portland, they're resisting National Guard, as we know, mostly destroyed. Seattle, resisting, mostly destroyed. San Francisco, resisting. San Francisco, Oakland, resisting, mostly destroyed. Denver, of course, mostly resisting, mostly destroyed. So wherever you see the Democrats put up the most resistance and allow their citizens to be subjected to extreme levels of brutality from illegal immigrants, and then, of course, Muslim hordes and so forth, you're going to see them like destroy, guys. You're going to see them destroyed for the most part. Not completely, but for the most part. All right. So I know a lot of you, I've seen, well, not a lot of you, but I've seen some of you chatting that you're like, well, good. It's because I put some hope out there, right? We always have to have, and I don't like to say hope. I like to say some positive out there, right? Because if we focus on the positive, we can create that for the most part. But we're still in, Hell Week, SEAL training, right? So we're going to have to go through some tough times. Some of you will quit, right? Some of you are already quitted, and it will continue to be like that going forward. So here's positive things, and I just have a couple more things we'll put out. And I know I've been on here for a little bit. DHS arrest over 17,500 criminal illegal aliens under Lake and Riley Act. So things are moving in the right direction. So we're starting to arrest the bad. I pointed this out. The worst of the baddies are getting taken out, and that's going to continue. All right. So here's some of the corruption, and I've seen in Maine where they were supporting from Maine. What? In Maine, they were supporting Somali groups, giving money to them, and they found that they took over $1 million. Hello, because it's a pirate culture and they're inbred. So that's what somebody told me. I can't claim that, but that's pretty fitting. I was like, God, it's perfect. So of course they're going to steal. So here we go. Here's another one. This will be the last one I share. On Christmas Day,
massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday. Children should be in here. And this place is licensed for 99 children. And this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelled the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening, and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Winning by exposing this. All right, so it's a Merry Christmas, I think. I hope you guys feel the same way. Watch that price of silver. Hope you guys got some. If you don't get some, keep getting it. Right? It's still very, very. I'm going to get some more. Right? I'm already diversifying, like I said, into some of the miners. So you go online and look at some of those. SIL, SILJ. I did a show the other day where I talked about some other miners that I'm looking at. One of them that does gold mining and one of them that does gold and platinum. So they'll be very, very successful going forward. So many ways to, not only help to take down the system, but also diversify and make yourself very successful going forward. Because I would love to see those of you that have been involved with this. Some of you have been following me like 7-8 years, I think. So hopefully you've been getting a lot from me. Obviously you have. You've been following me that long. So there are lots of things going forward where we can, take, our success and create the world that we believe in. And the deep state, with all their money that's disappearing from them and being repositioned towards us, right, is going to help all of us. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks for saying that had no sound. So yeah, it's Merry Christmas. For some reason, my computer shut off. I don't know if we had a little power surge or whatever, but yeah, thanks for the heads up on there was no sound. So good now. Yeah, thanks, Arnold Lake. So we're in Merry Christmas time. So Christmas Eve. It's very beautiful here in Lake Tahoe. I know some of you guys are in some tropical places where I was, and I know you're going out to the beach for Christmas. That's good for you. I love the view here. I love the view back in Florida, but I like it all. Right, so you got to experience it, and if you're with the Life Wave and you're very healthy, then you'll be able to experience it for a long time. All right, so Democrat Party. You guys know that I predicted the Democrat Party goes away. Now, Jerome Corsi was just on with Stephen Gardner, and he says that he sees them going away in 6 months. Now, some of the people I've had on my shows in the past have basically gone to the Justice Department, and they have been there for, I think, over 6 months revealing information. So we may have this one gentleman has revealed quite a bit on money laundering and how child trafficking, drug trafficking, mortgage fraud, and so forth has been funding the Democrat Party in a lot of different ways. So this is some of the things that Jerome Corsi is talking about right now. So, like I said, he is predicting that it's going down within the next 6 months. So you know that I believe that the Insurrection Act is going to be activated probably sometime in the early part of next year. Will it be activated everywhere? No, it won't need to be, but there obviously are most of the Democrat strongholds will need some help, all right, because they're basically under a very corrupt government, and they can't get rid of them because they keep voting themselves in through election corruption, Democrat Party. So all of this is about to be exposed. The cartel connections, like I've been saying, that the Democrat Party, and not just the Democrat Party, there's obviously some Republicans are involved in money laundering, election engineering, and all kind of crazy stuff. So we'll see a lot of this stuff get cleared. We'll probably have some new political parties going forward. People that will come up now that they have the cover to actually get involved and have the opportunity to represent, America, because the GOP and the Democrat Party are basically, controlling everything through their funding, and it is about to get taken down, the whole system. So yeah, Mary, get her done. Let's get her done. All right, so let's look at Jerome Corsi talking with Stephen Gardner. Like I said, it's a very, very good video. I'm just going to give you little pieces of it, but the whole video is a reveal. So I highly recommend you see Trump's new executive order will change everything. So Stephen Gardner, basically with Jerome Corsi. Jerome has been on Nino show several times. So they've been revealing a lot of stuff. Now I'm like the guy that revealed the guy that he's talking about revealing. So, it happens at a very grassroots level, at my level. And I'm doing stuff that, causes the deep state to really get their shorts in a wad. And they've come after me and my family. So quite a bit. We're missing, a member of the family this year because of their targeting. And so we're very, frustrated with that. But, at least we're still here to share a lot of this information.
Campaigns for Democrats, they had to use your identity because the FEC requires that donations be made by someone. So they had to borrow your name and social security number to make the donations, and you weren't aware of it. TD Bank's already been fined like $3 billion on that as a criminal investigation in the Department of Justice, but nobody went to jail. Now,
so Canada is the Canadian government, not the Canadian people at all, really, to a great extent. But the Canadian government is deeply involved in this corruption. Like he's talking about, the Canadian banks, pretty much all the Canadian banks have been involved in not only taking the money from people that were pushing back on their deep state during the trucker convoy in Canada, seizing their money, and have Brad Wozny has his entire money taken. There's been other people who've had on my show from Canada that talked about this, but this is some of the money laundering and control systems that we're seeing that Jerome Corsi is talking about here.
what we have is shocking because it was a law enforcement officer in Tennessee who began investigating a drug smuggling operation in Tennessee. He found out it was also child aid, bringing up fentanyl drugs into Tennessee by the waterways and the children. He identified the properties and the ways in which these assets were being distributed into the country, and the money was going into TD Bank. To get the money out of TD Bank, the NGOs that were sponsoring this activity bought homes. Buy a home for $100,000. They were being given loans by TD Bank and others of $1 million. At the highest level, the money, the drug money, the child sex money was coming in.
Now, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that he's talking about, have funneled a lot of this money to the Democrat Party and judicial people and so forth that have gone after the Trump organization, all the way back when he was first elected and all the way up to today. And especially during the time frame where he was not in office, but in the background, as the 46th president. All right. So there's a lot of this stuff being exposed. And the money laundering, like he's talking about, is pretty significant. We're talking billions and billions of dollars that's being funneled into Black Lives Matter and to do the riots. Most of the riots that we're seeing right now anywhere are funded by the Democrat Party. And this is all of the stuff that's getting ready to be revealed very shortly.
To Act Blue through NGOs. They were buying $1 million homes and they were getting $100 million mortgages, which of course was not the mortgage. It was just a way for the bank to funnel that money back to them through a mortgage scam. Okay, so the Democratic Party, NGOs that in turn with all this money fund Antifa and Black Lives Matter and other groups that want to destroy the United States, including groups that want to rig the elections. So the Democratic Party is tied into drug running, fentanyl running, open borders. The Catholic Church is involved in setting it up and brokering the deal through Pope Francis, involved in pedophilia, child sex trade, and that money is what goes into Antifa. And General Flynn has also supported us and been helping me to write editorials and articles exposing this. But if we press this, the Democratic Party will not exist in 6 months.
So the Democrat Party will not exist in 6 months. So that's a bold prediction, but I think it's very possible. And if President Trump does the election emergency, where he sends out, I have remote viewed troops at election polling. Not polling, but election booths going forward to make sure that they're not disrupted, because I think there will be a massive threat in our election system come November 26. So year 26. So I see definitely the involvement of the military. They're probably going to be called out earlier. There's going to be a sweep. This is some of the things that Juan O'Savin has talked about, where everyone will have to re-register if you pay taxes and you have you're an American citizen and you can prove that. I don't know if they're going to go that far. Hopefully, they're going to go that far. I don't see why they couldn't. If you have a fair election, you will not see a Democrat elected probably throughout all of America. And I think that's coming. So this is the direction we're moving in. I think over the next several months, with all the reveals that are coming about the Democrat Party, which is basically just a communist system now that wants to destroy America. So they're in actively, trying to destroy America. And that's what President Trump is trying to bring in National Guard and some military into some of these areas, like Portland and Chicago. So I guess like I talked about yesterday, the justice, all the justices, Supreme Court justices basically said, no, this is worded incorrectly. It says for like general, the troops or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like they are kind of like saying that American troops can come in. So they need to lay down the law, and I think that's coming in the next year, very early on. So we'll see. If it does, then we'll understand why there's been a pause on a lot of stuff, because it's going to, in one pretty much fell swoop, it's going to basically tie all these Democrats, these evil, corrupt, child trafficking, 300,000, over 300,000. They talked about that in the beginning of that conversation. It was readied before the Biden lookalike person and his administration basically opened the borders. So they went down into Honduras and a lot of those areas, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, with tons, billions and billions of dollars. They brought in children, over 300,000 children or more, probably more, we might find out, and basically gave them right into the child slave trade here in America. So it is crazy. It's crazy what they've done. And I think that Americans are becoming aware of it more and more by the day. So look at that gorgeous snow behind MJS. That's right. So enjoy the snow. If you're in a non-snow area, you get a little white Christmas right here, right? So it's beautiful. So Shanghai silver price today went to 78.55, and what was the closeout of the American silver price, because they came in and hammered it today. They basically called the people that had large positions, and they said that if you have a lot of money in something, and you've done it off of borrowing or whatever, I can't think of the name right now, but you have to have this much in your position. And they did it, so they only had a few hours. So they tried what they tried to do back in 2008-9, where they crashed the silver price, and all the way back to the Hunt brothers. They tried to do this. They tried to do the same thing, but people came in and started buying that. All right, so they tried to crash it, and it stopped, and then it turned back around again. And we're seeing, like I'm showing here, the Shanghai they're not messing around. They need the physical silver, because they're building out all these different solar and batteries and all kind of stuff that you only need 9 minutes to charge your car battery. When you go in, I know when I go in and fill up, it takes about that long. I fill up, go in and grab something and use the restroom, whatever, come back. It's more than 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, you could have your electric car charged up. So this is going to be massive, but it takes a lot of silver, because only silver can deal with the amount of heat that comes from a fast charge like that. All right, so in a lot of silver, we're talking like over 2 pounds, 2.2 pounds of silver in these batteries. So that's a lot. And imagine every electric car having those in the future. That's right there is a massive amount. And of course, silver is in everything now, medical, because it's got antibacterial properties. So they have it in a lot of stuff. Wow, that was a big thump. It came off the roof and landed on my deck. So you guys probably see it bombing down there. I was shoveling that earlier and getting a little bit of a bomb, but now it's coming down heavy. All right, so we'll see silver continue to go up. All right, because they're already betting at in some of these areas, like you see right there, 78. I'm looking right now at what it closed at, because those markets closed early today. So they pushed back on a lot of the precious metals today. They came in and basically hammered it. They tried to blow it up and push it down so that they could get out of their shorts, is what they're trying to do. So silver here in America settled at 71.68. That's a big difference. It's a big difference. Now there shouldn't be any difference, and if there is a difference, then it gets very quickly balanced. So we're going to see a balancing act. And as you can see here, it is rocketing up in China. So 78.55 is, we're going for 100 very soon. And like I predicted, 85, no, I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So just right here, we're in that zone. But in America, with the manipulation that goes on here, where they use paper to monetize gold and silver, which is ridiculous. You need the physical gold and silver and platinum and so forth. By playing this game, this paper game, these banksters are getting hammered because they had short positions because they thought they were going to press it down, and it didn't work out. So we may see on Friday, we may see a massive pop like we saw, this week. It popped big today because it was thin trading, and they came in and said anyone that had, big positions, you had to be able to cover it with this much liquid, money. And it put a lot of people, it was like so much, and people couldn't handle it. They couldn't do it. And so they basically came in and got hammered. Yeah, squeezing. That's right, Brenda. They're squeezing. They tried to squeeze, but it is going to backfire on them. So the squeeze they're doing is so they can get out of their shorts, which is going to cause the position to start to rocket, probably, I would believe, on Friday. So we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, I remember a lot of people were like, when Dr. Kirk Kelly and I were like, get into silver, and that was back when it was $49.50, like what, a month or two ago. It's like, geez. And it pulled back as silver does, like it did today. It pulled back, and we're like, this is a buying opportunity. Don't whine, because it doesn't go up in a straight line all the time. You're going to see, you're going to still make out. And sure enough, that position is up quite substantially. We went from 50 to probably Friday, if things are going in the direction I think they are, we may see 75. So, yeah, good, Barry. Took Kirk Elliott's advice. So a lot of people, myself included, took his advice, and we're very financially stable, right, and very happy financially. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Brenda, if you have 50,000 ounces of silver, you don't hold it in your possession. That would have like every robber all over the West Coast coming to my house, right? So no, you put it in a place where it's safe, right? So I don't know, maybe a lot of you guys, maybe like your grandma has 500 ounces that she's had, for decades, and she's doing really well, and you are like, clowning around, not getting any silver, or you've sold your silver back when it was around $50, and you're like kicking yourself in the ass. Still not too late, guys. Still not too late to get into silver. So there you go. It is going to go much higher, like I predict. It will go to probably $150 sometime at the end of the first quarter, is what I'm guesstimating. Maybe in the middle, second quarter. So we'll see very big numbers in gold going forward, or silver going forward, and gold and platinum and palladium, all of them. I don't have palladium, but I have all the other ones, right? So I'm very happy. And now here's a little tip for you. I'm not an advisor, so don't go, I took Michael Jacobs' advice and it didn't work out for me. Everything that you have, is like, I wouldn't say that silver is a speculation, but some of you have been holding on to crypto for quite some time, and you're very sad about that, right? While those of us that have moved into silver are very happy. It's a very happy Christmas for us. But for cryptos, not so much. And I don't know where it's going to go. if the stock market does, reach all-time highs, which we're going to see the stock market pump. They always pump it up at the end of the year, guys, so they look good on paper at the end of the year, so they can brag that, look, we had this much percentage increase, and it is probably just that last little. Sometimes it's just that last month that they ramp it up. That gives them like a good look, and then next year it starts to crash again. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I predicted that we would see some super all-time highs in the stock market. Again, not investment advice, but just by the standard of what we've seen in the past, there's usually a big blow off before it crashes. All right. So we haven't really seen a big blow off top high, I don't think yet, but maybe it is. Maybe these highs we've seen are just, that's it. Right. It could be, but I don't think so. We'll see. So if it does continue to go up, then gold and silver and precious metals will continue to go up. We may see gold, silver, and the rest of them go sideways for a little bit. Are you aware that Ohio Governor running candidate Casey Putsch is running against Vivek and has his own YouTube channel? He was recently on Tucker Carlson. He seems down to earth. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I have not looked at him, but thanks for bringing that to my attention. I will look at him. I'm not a big fan of Vivek, but Ramaswamy, but I would say he's better than any Democrat they can throw out there. So but if this guy is even a better candidate, just a down to earth guy, like you say, and just salt to the earth, and basically just wants to do good for humanity and his state, then I'm like, that's where we need to be going. All right. So I think that's where we're going to be moving. Mike, what is the best place to keep my physical silver? Depends on how much you got, Kathy. Now, if you have, a couple 100 ounces, whatever, a few hundred, whatever it is, somewhere around 1,000 ounces, I have a lot, right? So on hand, but I wouldn't, have way ridiculous amounts on it. And that's just common sense for multiple reasons. And I would say that if you're like an IRA or something like that, contact the Dr. Kirk Elliott to give you free advice. I know a lot of people have done their IRAs, changed a lot of their IRAs over to, and I recommend Dr. Kirk Elliott because he is above board, where there's a lot of shysters out there, and probably some of the people you've been dealing with for a long time are shysters. You just don't realize it yet, right? So don't just look into it. They'll answer your questions on it, depending on how much you got and how much you want to transfer. If you have it in a depository, like I have a friend that has a depository in Canada, and we're like, get it out of there. That's a corrupt place, bad, corrupt. You better get out of there. So she's going to have her silver transferred over to Dr. Kirk Elliott. And I don't know how that works either. I don't think they're going to put it on trucks and drive it over there. I think they'll probably just do some kind of swap, type thing. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So what else we got going on out there? There's a few more things I want to cover. Just let me see. I'm covering everything on the silver breakout. Yeah, so there's really good stuff I believe is going on with silver, precious metals. But like I said, I was about to go into miners. So miners, I'm starting to go pretty heavy in miners because I think it's the time now. It hasn't been the time, although they have gone up pretty nicely so far this year, but not as much as they would normally. If you look back in time, they've had, and I'll probably go into more detail about this later, but they've had significantly higher breakouts when silver and gold and the other precious metals go up. They haven't done that yet. So there could be a 3-4x on some of the miners. So the ones that I like are, and I'll share the screen again so I can show you guys. There's there's several of them, and there's a couple that I'm going to start to look heavily at. All right, so and when I say heavily at, that means invest heavily. All right, so SIL. All right, as you see down, it may continue to go down. Like I said, these could go down or sideways, but I think we're still going to see a little bit more pop on silver before it kind of takes a little break, and it takes a little nap and then takes off again. All right, so it's been on a big sprint, and we need to let it rest a little bit. So, but I still think it has some legs because everybody is buying. Silver has been so suppressed for so long. We may just see silver just keep going up. All right, it may not rest, and if it does rest, it won't rest for long. So SIL, that's the it's one of the silver miners. SILJ, these are junior miners. As you can see, the price range 29 and 87. GDX, which is gold, and SBSW, which is platinum and I think gold. So I'm gonna do a little bit more research on that one. But this one right here, because platinum has really, you remember? Do you guys remember in the last like 2008, 2007, 2008, platinum was more than gold? Yeah. So platinum has really been on a tear over the last week or two, and I think it's going to rest a little bit, pull back a little bit, and then and probably take off again at some point. So this would be the time to look at the miners. So the miners no one has wanted to promote or do the miners. I even talked to Juan O'Savin, and he's like, no, on miners. He told me this a long time ago. I haven't asked him recently, but I do my own research. And the miners, when you look back in time, do your own research and take your own risks. But like I said, it's all about everything's a risk. All right, so life is a risk, but we live it, right? So these could be great opportunities for you going forward. Look at those for you guys that invest in that kind of stuff. All right, me, I invest in it. I do options and futures, and rarely do I invest in something long term. But this I believe is going to be my long term investments, and they have the potential, like I said, of going 3-4x pretty quick. All right. So just a little insight for you to help you guys survive the coming storms and do well, because some of that might carry over. So that's what happened with me. I went through a pretty tough time when the CIA decided they were going to destroy me, and so my gold and silver that I'd accumulated helped carry me through. And I don't think they realized that I had that. So. How about the but it didn't work. So I got protection going on. So deportations, as we're seeing here in America, are surging, and they're also starting to surge in 10 European countries. They're forcing Muslims to return to the countries of origin, because the Muslims are basically here to take over America, and because they're manipulable, right? I've seen this because I remember being, I did a lot of time, decades in the Middle East, and I would look at their news and I'd be like, how are they so easily misled? And then I saw that the CIA that I was working with was helping that manipulation, and I was like, oh my God, good thing they don't do it in America. And then I started to find out about Operation Mockingbird, of course. I'd heard about it, and I was like, that was an old thing. They obviously don't do that anymore. And then I started to look a little closer, and I'm like, oh, dang. Operation Mockingbird is like, the reason why you don't see it is because Americans are a little more sophisticated and educated. So when you have a group of people that are barely first or maybe the most third grade education as a whole. Now, of course, they have very highly educated people there, and it was kind of cool to hang out with them, because when I was there, of course, I'm CIA and I'm undercover and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just like a dude working at the State Department. but I was like the 1%er in Pakistan. Like that was kind of pretty cool. So all of the big wigs, you know, they like invite us all over, so we got to hang out and gather information and pass cards that they would give us to the case officers, and so they could contact them. But that's kind of the way it is in those countries. Here in America, like I said, it's more evolved control system. And we're starting to become more aware of that. And we're starting to do our own research, and we're starting to do critical thinking. And we catch these criminals in the mainstream media almost instantly now when they put out BS. All right, all the recent, you know, false flag shootings and all that kind of stuff. We're all like, no, and it's all bullshit, as Ole Democrat says, bullshit. He's a master, and he taught all of us a long time. He came on my shows. It was like every other week for like 2 years straight almost. So we all learned a lot from Ole, and we see through their muddy BS very quickly now, and so it's great. So deportations are surging. We're probably going to see the Muslim population here in America, which are here to basically take down America, guys. All right, and we'll probably see a lot of the Muslim population be deported back, and that's good. That's very good, because I've seen them all over the world, and they don't do well with others. So go back to your own countries in Somalia and so forth, but not so fast. You know how they're saying, "Oh, deport her because she married her brother." Bullshit. Bullshitty. All right. She did very bad things, frauded the American people. She has gone from, like, I don't know, $100,000 to $30 million. $30 million. Right. And all the Somalis, the little skinnies, that's what we call them. We're over there. We call them the skinnies. They're pretty much raping Minnesota, and they talked about how in Minnesota they have like it's a small state. They have like 5 million people or something like that, and they have 8 million voters. It's insane. It's insane, the corruption that has gone on there that has been allowed to happen in Minnesota. But that's just Minnesota. It's happening in California. It's probably like that's child's play. And New York, that's child's play. We do it much bigger here. And so Illinois, same thing, child's play. And so we're going to see this corruption in the Democrat Party explode on them, I think. And of course, they pushed the trials of Hillary, not trials, but they're supposed to testify to Congress. They pushed them from I think what was it, end of last month, into January. And I think that's because they were like, let's just take everything down in January. All right. Let's just take the whole Democrat Party down. Let's just do them all. All right. So I think that's going to be a massive exposure, more than has already happened on the Democrat Party. All right. So deportations will continue here in America, and they're continuing in Europe, because the Muslims are coming there to basically destroy thousands and thousands of years of history. And all of those people that have had, all of those generations and generations and hundred generations developing those countries, and you bring in like this other group to like take it down in a generation. That's what they're trying to do, and Europeans are about done with that. And so they're finally pushing back on it. Maybe we're the example right now. I think that's possible. So they're really starting to ramp it up. They're getting their criminals, their Muslims out of there, right? So and it's kind of funny, because I posted about Ilhan Omar. I said, she doesn't get deported. She goes to a penitentiary, all right? And someone said, well, what do you think? It's a pirate country, and they interbreed. They're inbred pirate, culture. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's it. That's it right there. Because they have now hundreds, maybe even more, of fraud cases against Somalis. I mean, they came into Ilhan Omar's district, and she's like partying with them. She's promoting them. She's like bringing them in, and they're like getting all these jobs, and she's got them working for her. And she's like, I don't know anything about this. They all lie. They all lie until they're in jail. It's like, yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, you're in jail, and yeah, you're going to be there for a long time. And God, if they deport her back without putting her in jail, that'll be a bullshit. Bring her back and put her in jail if she ends up over there. All right, make an example out of that skinny. All right, good God, that's bullshit. All right, so we're trying to get rid of these illegal immigrants and Muslims that want to take over our country, and we have these mayors. There's a mayor, Jacob Fry. Jacob Fry. So let me show you the picture. I'm sending this guy a lot of love. All right, a lot of love, so he can go bye-bye. All right, so Jacob Fry. Lots of love to you, Jacob, and all the baddies that are on you are going to have to go away because they're not going to like that energy, and then you're going to be vulnerable. All right, so here we go. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is facing calls to resign. So again, these Democrats are trying to cause an insurrection. They have to go. They have to go, and a lot of them, like this clown, should not only just resign, he should be thrown in prison if the operations continue in his city. What is wrong with this guy? Somebody wrote. Yeah, I agree. I am increasingly concerned because of the chaos that is being caused by these ICE agents. Yeah, you're increasingly concerned because they're taking away your capability to money launder and hold the line for your people behind you, which are like the Somalis, are benefiting and robbing the U.S. taxpayers. We all know that we cannot afford to lose a single Minneapolis resident, skinny, because they showed up and decided to protect their neighbors. So the skinnies are basically getting ready to go, Mogadishu on us, guys. That's what we're hearing. And I saw the verbiage that Ilhan Omar used recently, and it sounds like they're starting to foment an insurrection, right? So, like I've been saying, some of those big cities, some of those big blue cities like Minneapolis, you better be very careful. Should have gotten out of it, but if you're still there for whatever reason, be heads up. Be very cautious. Be ready to roll. Have your go bag ready and your silver. Don't have a lot of it because it takes it's 72 pounds for 1,000 ounces, and that's pretty rough to carry that, right? So anyway, and load it in your car and get the hell out. All right. So Trump revokes temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. They can now be deported. Bye-bye, skinnies. All right. So it is something that I don't see them going, all of them going, guys. I think that we might see a fight. Tonight there's gonna be a showdown. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. Go ICE. Right? Go ICE. All right. So my lovely wife was asking me about contractors, and I was like, they won't have military contractors here. That would be that won't happen. But they'll have there's security contractors everywhere. They protect people. They protect businesses. You go to Walmart, there's security contractors there, and so it's not a big thing. When I was in Blackwater, I was basically a security contractor for the CIA and the State Department. So it is not a big thing. Of course, I was super high speed one, and some of these places would cannot afford me. So, and would not, and I would not do that anymore because it's, I got to, I'm here doing a service far more than, protecting a few people. All right. And, Hollywood, whatever, I had a bunch of my friends, leave contracting world, in the Middle East and work with, a lot of Hollywood types and vice versa. They left Hollywood types and came and worked with me overseas. So, there's a lot of really good people out there that can do this work. Former military guys. I'm 65 and I still could kick some serious ass, and I can point a gun and shoot 3 bullets very fast, before seconds, and draw my knife, and it will hit a target in less than like a 0.3 seconds. That's how fast I can draw my knife and poke it into your orbital, occipital orbital cavity, into your brainstem, and you go bye-bye. All right. So it is, there's a lot of good quality people out there that can, hold the line. There's a lot of us that if things get really out of hand in some of these Democrat cities like Minneapolis or whatever, we could show up and help. Right. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Trump administration aims to build 7 large-scale holding centers to speed up deportations, and they should have them near airfields so they can, bring them in, process them, load them onto planes, and then get them out. Right. So I saw recently where someone was like crying because we're going to pay illegal aliens like $3,000 and a free trip back home. That's peanuts, guys, compared to what we're going to have to go through money wise to like get them out. We have to hunt them down. That's time. That's, you're paying people to do that, to do the research, hunt people down. They're not easily found. They would be easily found if some of these Democrat states like Illinois would not allow them, they're stopping the ICE agents from picking up these illegal aliens from all these other places, and they let these criminals go and back into society. It's crazy. That's why we have to see an insurrection act, I believe, early next year. All right. So the Trump administration is seeking contractors, all right, to help it overhaul the United States immigrant detention system in a plan that includes renovating industrial warehouses to hold more than 80,000 immigrant detainees at a time. Wow. They're getting serious about getting these knuckleheads out of here, right? Rather than shuttling detainees around the country to wherever detention space is available, as happens now, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement aims to speed up deportations. My mind goes way faster than my mind sometimes. By establishing a deliberate feeder system. That's why I sometimes have to like really pronounce my words, so I slow myself down. All right. Newly arrested detainees would be booked into processing sites for a few weeks before being funneled into one of 7 large-scale warehouses holding 5,000 to 10,000 people each, where they would be staged for deportation. The large warehouses would be close to major logistics hubs, which means airports, in Virginia, Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, Georgia, and Missouri. Now, that's interesting because these are all, now, Virginia just unfortunately went Democrat, which was stolen, I believe. But most of these, even though Georgia is a Republican state, it is a deep state Republican state. All right. So Rafsanjani and whoever the frig that, and you got to take into account that, they are sometimes forced into this. If I'm not mistaken, the governor of Georgia, his daughter was dating, and this was when they were investigating the voter fraud and so forth. And they basically sent a message to him. All right. So, some of these people, we're going to probably have to let them slide a little bit because they were forced into some of this activity. And that's understandable, and that's acceptable to a certain level. So don't, completely, like sometimes I just say Georgia is like the most corrupt state And even though we have Illinois and New York and California, Georgia is super corrupt, right? It needs to be cleaned up bad. So I don't think anyone has been voted into Georgia in a long time. They've all been selected. All right. 16 smaller warehouses would hold up to 1,500 people each. And of course, that's not going to happen in Illinois at the moment. But at some point, if we do the Insurrection Act, which will be targeting, states like that and cities like Chicago and so forth, for the people there, guys. Of course, there's a lot of people there, not a lot, but I think there's some people there that are still brainwashed into believing in the Democrat Party. But for the most part, they're American citizens and need help, all right? And I'm all about that. The draft solicitation is not final and is subject to changes. ICE plans to share it with private detention companies. Please don't do it with the some of these corrupt, prison system detention companies, all right? Which basically have a lot of people in those detention centers that really don't belong there. They have judges and law enforcement and so forth that are basically keeping them filled so they make money. And then they filter that back to some of those judges and law enforcement. So be, very, very thoughtful in who you, bring in. So, and these things are, even if you bring in somebody that's on the up and up, they can sometimes be corrupted. And I unfortunately saw that at Blackwater. So Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said she cannot confirm or deny, like I used to say when I worked for the CIA, the Post reporting, and declined to answer questions about the warehouse plan. All right. So they're not on the up and up about it yet, but they're kind of leaking it a little bit so that, people can go, like me, can put this information out there, and people like a lot of you guys in the chat go, let's go. All right. Get her done. All right. That's what we like to say, right? Get her done. Let's move. All right. So the global warming lie is really getting a lot of nails in the coffin on it. And the most recent is record mass gain in Greenland. Record Greenland ice gain, heavy rainfall. So that's something else. But as you see there, that spike is a record ice gain in Greenland. So all of the global warming scam lie, they stopped saying global warming. They said climate change. Like climate change. Like what? The climate's always changing up and down. It's out there. It's a climate change. It went from like 45 degrees a few days ago to 31. So that's climate change. And so you want to build all these, windmills and put them out to sea. So President Trump basically froze the windmills that are going off in the coast because animals. I guess the whale population really suffers from, I don't know how, but I've just read about how whale populations really get decimated because of those offshore windmills. So President Trump has frozen those because we got a lot of oil. We got a lot of oil here, more than everybody else in the world. Except maybe Venezuela, but I don't know. Maybe more. And so it's use what you got, and then we'll get once we get to a little bit further into Trump's administration, we start taking down the Democrats who basically kill everybody that comes out with free energy, deep state Democrats. We'll probably go to, revealing some of those technologies. We get levitation vehicles and, energy systems that'll run your house. That's what David Schmidt has with LifeWave. He's ready to reveal that, but there's a lot of pressure on bringing some of this information out and these technologies. So we can look forward to a lot of these coming out as time goes on. But for right now, I'm going to go up and have a nice glass of champagne with my lovely wife. And I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriot Summit Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th to Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the internet dies, phones go, EBS only. Sunday, December 21st, tonight after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped, wages are up, prices are down. Our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22nd, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured ICA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Top intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22nd, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22nd, did you know during the lockdowns in 2020, our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22nd, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Anons are awake. They are crying no forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Cash Patel on Telegram. Global financial situation and currency reset of 209 nations. Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RVGCR is live. Monday, December 22nd. Intel Economics Special Report. Global debt catastrophe. $340 trillion and counting. A system on the brink. December 22nd, 2025, and Monday, December 22nd, the RV and military operations behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries, aims to redefine global currencies. Monday, December 22nd, Jassara is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. Jassara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership. Under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet of the individual level, making corruption corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply just becomes irrelevant. The asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systematic abuse will be dissolved under GESARA reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves, communities rebuild, individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform, it is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22nd, GESARA status. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending, not with chaos but with correction. GESARA represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple. What you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability. Every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent. No ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call GESARA. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of debt as a weapon is closing. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Monday, December 22nd. 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. There's a link to that. And Monday, December 22nd, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram.
Tuesday, December 23rd.
It's the 23rd of December 2025, and we're now seeing everything play out in public. The criminal syndicates are being dismantled one by one, state by state throughout the United States, country by country throughout the EU and in the UK. This all happened back in 21 and 22, but you're now seeing it play out in the pantomime. It is all being completely dismantled. The good thing is, it's already been done. For those people who are awake and aware, you'll know that. But for those people who are just waking up, you'll see it in the mainstream media, the place that you always wanted to see it. For those who are awake, we saw it 3 years ago. But now you can catch up and see it for yourself. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. President Trump has unveiled plans for a new Trump-class battleship, calling it the biggest and most powerful warship ever built. Announced at Mar-a-Lago, the so-called Golden Fleet would start with 2 ships, with plans for up to 25. Trump claims they'll be bigger and larger than World War II battleships and armed with hypersonic missiles, rail guns and lasers. The move comes as the US looks to expand its navy and close the shipbuilding gap with rivals like China.
Well, they're playing catch-up now, and they've been playing catch-up for years because China and Russia are so far ahead. It's unbelievable. But if they're looking for new nuclear weapons, then they can always buy a load from Israel because they've got bundles of them. Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. US Vice President J.D. Vance warned that nuclear-armed European allies could become a security risk if mass immigration continues to weaken national identity. Speaking to Unheard, Vance said Britain and France are losing cultural ties to the US and warned that hostile political forces could eventually gain control of nuclear weapons. He claimed Islamist-aligned politicians are already winning local elections and could reach national power within 15 years, urging Europe to confront what he called political stagnation.
Well, this is all part of their agenda. And you've got 2 agendas out here. You've got the Zionists on one side who want to control everything, and you've got the Islamic extremists on the other hand. Allegedly, and somewhere in the middle, there's what's called normality. There are very, very good people on both sides, but there are very, very bad people on each side. And you need to work out who's who. And for each country, we all have different cultures, all of us. And that's what makes it beautiful. The whole multicultural agenda was doomed to fail because the beauty of different countries is their culture. And to make us all the same would never, ever work. But this is their way to divide us, to make us realise that we are so different. It will never work the way they say it would. And of course, in the UK, we're the multicultural capital of the world. Yeah, and that's why London is probably one of the most unsafe cities in the world, because of it doesn't work. And the beauty of when you go to these countries, seeing their own culture and embracing their own culture is wonderful. But when you put it all in one big pot, it just doesn't work.
My next story, China has set a new monthly record for buying Russian gold, with imports in November reaching nearly $1 billion. According to customs data, the surge comes as Beijing steps up efforts to move away from the US dollar and Moscow reroutes exports away from Western markets under sanctions. Over the first 11 months of this year, China's purchases of Russian gold jumped almost 9-fold. Analysts say the real figures could be even higher.
Well, if you look at the purchases of gold and silver currently worldwide, Russia and China have been buying quietly for a very long time and stockpiling it. And at the moment, this is why there's a certain imbalance that's going on, because they have been long-sighted, whereas Europe, the US and the UK have been very short-sighted. And we went through it before where they sold our gold cheap. And of course, China will buy it very quickly and just keep it there quietly. This is all part of the leveling of the playing field. And we're seeing it in plain sight. It's been done, now you're seeing it.
Next up, Georgia election officials have admitted to violating vote certification rules during the 2020 presidential election, reviving controversy over the state's narrow Biden victory. The admission followed a complaint alleging Fulton County illegally certified over 315,000 ballots, including at least 134 without required signatures on the tabulator tapes. Biden won Georgia by fewer than 12,000 votes. State officials called the findings very troubling and referred the case to the Georgia Attorney General for possible penalties as President Trump renews calls for sweeping election reforms.
Well, for those people who were watching, Donald Trump was indicted for this, for asking questions about it. And now we find out that his questions were valid. I will tell you that we knew from the inside, of course, they were valid. We knew exactly what was going on. But they had to try and indict him for even inquiring about it. They had to go through that process. My final point today is about the truth. And this is where it becomes very important. I keep hearing my truth, your truth. There is only one truth, and that's God's truth. Stop trying to make up your own truth. Get yourself centered back with God, and then you'll find the truth. That was the news.
Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep State blueprint shows Greenland. Mexico and Canada absorbed into a massive United States. But Trump and white hats are flipping it into patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK, the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalist ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21st, 2025. There's 1942 outline of the post-war New World map by Morris Gomberg. Isn't some forgotten relic the deep state cabal's chillin' blueprint for a new world moral order? A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada. Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent. Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere. International banking, CZ pure communist globalists takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order. Echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman, Novus Ordo Seclorum 2HG, wells open, conspiracy trillions, funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation, while dissolving sovereign borders. The Elizavetican, Unbilderberg devils pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice storks of Greenland, stronger North American ties on cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak. Nasara Gassara military law exploding January 2026. Erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. Gitmo daily executions on planners, descendants, Gates, Sarousis, swinging as sealed indictments, unsealed thousands. Medbeds live for awakened warriors, reversing poisons. EB's broadcasting the full map truth, tying it to bioweapons and election thefts. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles. Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty. Children freed from tunnels eternally. Golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies. Our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce. Exposures flood, tribunals worldwide. Victory thunders, eternal no one. World slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever.